स्टार्ट लाइव वीडियो कर दो। स्टार्ट आ गया है, कर दो। स्टार्ट माय लाइव। कैमरा का
हरे कृष्णा महाराज जी, इट इज लाइव ऑन FB।
वीडियो नहीं दिखा रही है।
कैमरा ऑप्शन क्या है?
ऑन तो है।
कैमरा
ऑन तो है।
कैमरा
हरे कृष्णा महाराज जी, yes we can see
बैक
you
कैमरा।
and we can hear you also.
ठीक है। रेडी है क्या?
Yes Maharaj ji, we can
दामोदर
hear
प्रभु
you.
रेडी?
Yes Maharaj ji, we can hear you.
You बोल।
Yes Maharaj ji.
शायद सुनाई नहीं देगा, ये है ना? ठीक है।
Yes Maharaj ji, we can hear you.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लाङ्घायते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं दीनतारिणम्। कृपया क्षमतामपराधिजनं कलुषायुतशक्तसुदीननरम् सुपथे परिचालय सर्वदिनं प्रणमामि च माधवदेवपदम्। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदान्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्विषे नमः। पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते। वंदे नंदव्रजस्त्रीणां पादरेणुम् अभीक्ष्णशः यासां हरिकथोद्गीतं पुनाति भुवनत्रयम्। भक्त्या विहीन अपराधलक्षै क्षिप्तास्तकामादितरङ्गमध्ये कृपामयि त्वां शरणं प्रपन्न वृन्दे नुमस्ते चरणारविन्दम्। भूमौ स्खलितपादानां भूमिरेव यवलम्बनम् त्वय्यजात अपराधानां त्वमेव शरणं प्रभु। वागीशायस्य वदने लक्ष्मीर्यस्या च वक्ष्यासि यस्यास्ति हृदये संवित् तं नृसिंहमहं भजे। श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। So today I have been asked to speak about the glories of most revered Srila Gurudev Param Pujyapad Tridandi Swami Nityalila Pravishtha Shri Srimad Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Goswami Srila Guru Maharaj Ji. So I have seen they have put the title as Vaishnava Sabha in the honor of the fourth disappearance anniversary of Most Revered Srila Gurudev. So actually, this is the right spirit, because this is the tithi that is to be honored. The disappearance, just like the appearance is honorable, in a similar way, the disappearance of a pure devotee is also equally honorable. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes, Madhava Tithi Bhakti Janani Jatane Palana Kari Krishna Vasati Vasati Boli Parama Adare Vari. He writes about Ekadashi Tithi, that in this particular Tithi, this is called Madhava Tithi, this is very dear to the Lord. In this particular Tithi, the Lord is residing. Therefore, this is to be honored. He's telling that this Ekadashi Tithi is to be honored because in this particular Tithi, Lord Himself is residing. So, in a similar way, this appearance and disappearance, our Gurudev, he is giving us an opportunity to remember about him. So, therefore, any moment that gives us impetus to remember Hariguru Vaishnavas is to be honored. So, people in general, the disappearance, they consider it as a inauspicious or a bad day. They don't want to remember that particular day. They call it as Shok Sabha. We call Viraha Sabha. We call it as Viraha Utsav. They call it as Shok Sabha. There is a gulf of difference between the two. Shok Sabha means lamentation. An assembly, basically, people get together to express their lamentation or express the grief, about a person who has departed from this world. But the Vaishnavas, they have never come to teach this, because they say, Jatasya hi dhruva mrityuhu dhruvam janma mritasya cha tasmat apariharyathe natvam sochitum arhasi. Krishna is telling to Arjuna that a person who has taken birth, death is inevitable. He has to leave this world one day. And dhruvam janma mritasya jatasya dhruvam mrityuhu. And a person who has died, dhruvam janma mritasya cha, he will take birth. A person who is born he will die, bound to die. And a person who is dead, he is bound to take birth. Tasmat apariharyathe means that which is inevitable, that which is bound to happen, natvam sochitum arhasi. A sober person, is not supposed to lament for that, because it is going to happen anyway. So that which is going to happen, what is the point in lamenting? The Vaishnavas, they come to this material world to exactly give this instruction. Don't lament for that which is bound to die. I think that birthday is most glorious, or is to be respected, honored, or celebrated, whereas a particular day on which a person has departed is to be lamented or mourned for. No, it is not. The wise people, they don't mourn or lament for those who are not living. And particularly Vaishnavas, they neither take birth nor do they die. They are not like this conditioned material world, materialistic people, that they have birth or they have death. They come to this material world with a particular purpose by the will of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. They perform pastimes and then they again go back to reunite that with their eternal spiritual master as well as Supreme Lord Sri Krishna in the Nitya Dham. Therefore, it is also a tithi to be honored, because on this particular day they have re-entered. We have seen particularly in the case of our most revered Gurudev, day and night he had been weeping severely in separation. Well, there is separation. It seems to be there is grief. In separation, outwardly it appears that there is grief. And ordinary people, they confuse it. Oh, okay, we are also, grieving. We are also mourning for those who are, dead. And these people are also grieving. Actually, there is a gulf of difference. It appears that there is grief in separation, but actually there is a lot of bliss that is, felt by the devotee from within. Because that is a particular tithi on which there is a lot of remembrance about, the dearmost object of worship. We heard previously that after Guru Maharaj had, offered his prayers in the Bhajan Kutir of most revered Srila Param Gurudev, he used to feel extreme bliss from within after going to his Bhajan Kutir. Outwardly we see that he is, weeping there. Yes, he is weeping because just like a dependent child, he is crying for the mother. He cannot bear even a moment separation from the mother. So that is the idea. It is not that he is, is mourning or he is, is grieving or he is, suffering. No. He cannot bear even a moment separation from his dearmost object of worship. Now the time has come when he has reunited. Therefore, it is a tithi that is to be honored. It is a tithi that is to be respected. It is a tithi that is to be particularly remembered. Because it gives us a special opportunity. Every moment we need to remember. Smartavyam satatam Vishnum vismartum na jatuchit. Always remember Vishnu and the Vaishnavas. Always, always. And never forget them. And any particular day or date or tithi or occasion or a moment that reminds us, that gives some reminiscences of our, of the pure devotees, that tithi is to be most honored and respected. That is to be, repeatedly prayed for, seek for, wanted for. Then the Lord will provide more and more such opportunities. The devotees will go, yes, he has a desire to remember. Therefore, I shall give him the remembrance, an opportunity to remember him, or the intelligence to remember me in this way. And our Madan Gopal Brahmachari Prabhu, the dear servant of most revered Param Gurudev, he told on the occasion of Param Gurudev's disappearance day, he has just defined viraha. Viraha means, he described it as viraha. V means Vishesha, Raha means to stay. Vishesh means particularly, specifically, or minutely. Raha means to stay. So Viraha he defined as, people say that it is separation, but he defined it as a particular way of staying close. Viraha. A particular way of staying very close to our dearmost object of worship. So this is a particular moment. How can we stay close to the object of worship? There is only one way. In this material world, there is only one way. That is to listen, to speak. Only if we listen, the glories, eyes are the only, ears are the only means by which we can come in contact with the transcendental world. And tongue has a specific, feature or property to speak, and that should be utilized by hearing and by speaking. We will stay closer to our dearmost object of worship. It's a very particular, a specific way of staying closer to the object of worship, viraha. So people in general, they call it as a Shoka Sabha, and we call it as Virahotsav. Contrast. Shoka Sabha means an assembly of lamentation. Virahotsav means festival of separation. It is a festival. Why is it a festival? Because that is giving us an opportunity to remember about it. And people in general, materialistic people, they offer Shraddha on this particular day to their, previous forefathers, to the forefathers, etc. On the disappearance tithi or the day on which they have demised, they do Shraddha ceremony. Why do they do Shraddha ceremony? According to the scriptures, they do Shraddha ceremony in order to relieve the forefathers from the bondage. For the benefit of the forefathers, the Shraddha needs to be performed by those persons who are staying back in this world. And what is the importance of Virahotsav? We are performing Shravana, Kirtana, singing the glories, listening to the glories, performing the Kirtana, the prayers, etc., Arati. All these things we are doing for our benefit. The contrast is remembering the Vaishnavas, performing any activities for them is for our material, for our own spiritual, eternal, topmost, ultimate welfare. And the Shoka Sabha, they do Shraddha ceremony for the benefit of the forefathers. So the difference is the remembrance of the pure devotees, remembrance of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is the topmost place. The moment we shall forget them, Maya shall attack us. Guru Maharaj used to say that if any of our, sense organs are not engaged in the service of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, then Maya will find a loophole to enter into the heart. If we do not engage any of the sense organs, then Maya will find a loophole to enter into the heart. Once Maya enters into the heart, she will make her own place, and all the sense organs are slowly swayed away from Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and his remembrance. Therefore, the objective is to remember Hari Guru Vaishnavas under all circumstances, and not to, sway away, or not to, even for a moment, forget or engage our sense organs in anything other than Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. For that, we have to pray sincerely to Most Revered Srila Gurudev. Srila Guru Maharaj had given so many instructions to all of us. So today, I shall try to remember the teachings of Most Revered Srila Gurudev, because we have been hearing to the pastimes. There are innumerable pastimes, and there is no end to the pastimes. But somehow, even I thought that I should speak some pastimes, but somehow I'm getting inspired to speak some teachings of Most Revered Srila Gurudev, that it is most beneficial for all of us to remember the teachings of Most Revered Srila Gurudev, because the only way by which we come in contact with the pure devotees is through service. Either they are performing pastimes in this material world, or they have left this material world to enter back into the Nitya Dham of Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. In either case, the only way we can come in contact with the pure devotee is through service. And Vaishnava Seva, service to the Vaishnavas, is the only means by which one can get delivered from this material world. There is no other way. And how can we perform service? Unless we have not devoted ourselves completely, how can we serve them? To devote ourselves completely means what? To accept whatever instructions they have given. Complete Sharanagati. Complete Sharanagati means surrender. What is the meaning of complete submission? Complete submission means whatever they have instructed, we are there to follow it 100%. So, the only way that we can come in contact with the pure devotees is through their instruction. And particularly when they disappear from this material world, we can serve them only through their teachings, by spreading those teachings, by following ourselves those teachings. That is the only way that we can, serve them. And by that they will be pleased. Most Revered Srila Gurudev, he often he used to say this instruction, that Don't blame others for your own sufferings. We shall remember some teachings of Most Revered Srila Gurudev for our own welfare. You shall not blame others for your own sufferings. Living entities get those sufferings that they have given to others. Maybe in this life, in the past life, or some other lives in the past. We don't know. But the Supreme Lord, as an all-knower, He knows that who has done what. And He gives fruits accordingly. He is not partial. Guru Maharaj used to say that Supreme Lord is not partial. One time in Bombay, one devotee, Guru Maharaj was leaving for Kolkata, I believe, from Bombay. And when devotee in the airport, those days, all these things were allowed. In the airport, we used to sit and sing kirtan. Guru Maharaj also used to sit and participate in the kirtan. And a beautiful kirtan was sung about Gurudev. What is that? My dear Gurudev, if you don't shower mercy upon me, then how can I get rescued? Like this, all the devotees offered their, submission in the form of kirtan. And Guru Maharaj was also performing this kirtan, and he was also weeping. We are offering to Gurudev, and Gurudev is offering to his own Gurudev. He is remembering his own Gurudev, and then he is weeping. He's sitting in the airport, all the devotees surrounded him, and they are also singing kirtan, Guru Maharaj singing kirtan, and then he is weeping. So after that, almost the time has come for Guru Maharaj to, board the flight. So at that time, one devotee asked, Guru Maharaj, Kripa kijiye, Guru Maharaj, please shower your mercy. Guru Maharaj, please shower your mercy. Then Guru Maharaj replied, mercy is there always. You don't have to ask for mercy. Mercy is always there. Just like mother, the child does not have to say, mother, love me. Mother's love is naturally there on the son, on the child. But if the child is not able to realize, feel the mother's love, it is not the fault of the mother. It is the fault of the child. The child complains that my mother does not love me. It is because he is not able to feel or realize the love of his mother or her mother. The mother's love is natural. And Guru Maharaj continued, it is not very difficult to please that mother also. Mother is very easily pleased with the child. Because he says that a child is eating something and then suddenly it drops from the hands of the child. So it has fallen on the ground. There is phlegm of the child. On top of the phlegm or saliva, there is, the dust that got accumulated. And the child, takes it from the ground and offers it to the mother. Mother does not say, oh, no, this is impure, just throw it away. No. She takes it. It is that much easy to please a mother. She does not see, she only sees, that he or she, the child is offering me something. She does not see the quality of it. Because mother's love is like that. That is the maxim that we can compare best in this material world. There is nothing, nothing compares to the Shuddha Prem, the pure love. But, there is one example in this material world. So, it is that easy to please a mother. In a similar way, it is very easy to please Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Lord's grace, Lord's mercy is there always. But if the child complains that the mother does not love me, it is the fault of the child, but not the mother. So in this manner, the mercy that we have to really, feel the mercy of the pure devotees, mercy of Sri Guru, it is there always. So Guru Maharaj, he used to, on several occasions, he used to say that without the grace of the Supreme Lord, without the grace of a pure devotee, without the grace of Sri Guru, we cannot even remember them. Remembering is the most auspicious thing. Forgetfulness is the most inauspicious thing. But even to remember them, we have to pray for their mercy. To get their mercy, we have to pray for their mercy. So this only indicates that how we are extremely dependent only on the mercy. By our own will, by our own practice, by our own performances, penances, we cannot attain the supreme. The only way is to remember, only way is to pray for the grace, so that we can remember them, and so that we can get, we bring auspiciousness in our own life. So, going back to this particular instruction that Guru Maharaj used to give, that don't see defects in others. We are so much used to seeing defects in others that we always try to think that I am the best. Guru Maharaj in the library, when he used to come for giving water to Tulsi ji, he used to give some instructions. He used to say that all are good, I am bad. You should perform bhajan in this mood. All are good, I am bad. But we think just the opposite. All are bad, I am good. Devotion is not possible in this mode. A true votary, a true sadhaka, he always sees his own defects. He does not see the defects of others. And if we see defects of others, then we will never make any progress in the spiritual world. In fact, this is the first instruction I received from Most Revered Srila Gurudev. This is the first instruction. I got an opportunity to speak with him in Mayapur Parikrama time, during Mayapur Parikrama time. And if I am not wrong, on the Vidyanagar Parikrama day, the longest Parikrama day, I got an opportunity to speak with him personally. So, on that particular day, it was afternoon, Guru Maharaj took his prasad and he was sitting by the side of the hut. There were huts in those days, and then Guru Maharaj sitting by the side of the hut. Then the 2-3 of us were sitting in front of him. So I asked Srila Guru Maharaj that initially, when I was in the initial days of my Krishna consciousness, I was very, very enthusiastic in performing Hari Bhajan. But slowly, I think it's about 3 or 4 years that I have, been in this particular path. But, as time progressed by, my enthusiasm is going down day by day. So, what is the reason? How can I overcome this? Or how can I bring back my enthusiasm and devotion? In fact, this was the question I asked to several other devotees. Devotees means acharyas, because I was actually sincerely seeking for a guru. I was in search of a guru. I was there in other institution for 4 years, but I could not find any, person who could really, master over my heart. Yes, I tell you this, you should do this. I couldn't find a true master, sitting in my heart. So I asked this question. So I got a reply from others that, you see, you have to accept Guru now. You have to accept Guru. By your own strength, you cannot make much progress. So you have to accept Guru. So they are all acharyas, they are all gurus who have given me this instruction. So it is true actually that by a living entity, by his own strength, he cannot make much of progress. Maybe very, very limited, very, very limited, very, very infinitesimal. By the mercy, it is possible. So this is the same question I asked to, it is the same question that I have asked to Srila Gurudev also in Mayapur. Then Guru Maharaj gave reply to this. He says that the Vaishnavas, they don't see defects in others. You see, my question was that I am losing enthusiasm in devotion. Guru Maharaj's answer was, superficially, it was a tangential answer. It was not a direct answer. He answered that a Vaishnava always sees his own defects. He does not find faults in others. And he does not harm even a small insignificant ant. By knowingly, he will not even harm the the finite living creature, even an ant. He sees the Supreme Lord in the heart of all living entities. He does not see defects. He sees his own defects. If a person sees his own defects, then he has the he will have the impetus to rectify that. But if he sees defects in others, how can he correct himself? He can correct himself only if he can see defects in others. How can he see defects in others? If he sees defects in his own self. If he sees defects in his own self, then he can rectify himself. If he sees defects in others, how can he rectify himself? It is impossible. Therefore, he says, try to adjust yourself with the environment. Don't try to adjust the environment. Don't try to adjust the environment. It will never happen. So these are the 2-3 sets of instructions that he gave. Don't try to adjust the environment. Adjust yourself with the environment. Because if you try to adjust the environment, you'll only get frustration. It is never going to be possible. There are 10 different persons. 10 different persons will have 10 different mentality. You cannot adjust them according to you. You have to adjust yourself according to them, because our ultimate aim is to perform Hari Bhajan. If we want to perform Hari Bhajan, then we have to adjust ourselves. He gave the example of Prahlad, that even in the middle of so many problems that were given to him by his father, Hiranyakashipu, he did not protest. He tried to adjust. He did not try to adjust his father. He did not try to adjust his Guru and Guru Shand and Amarka. He tried to adjust himself with the environment. And his son, Virochan, he was also not a devotee. He tried to send him to Brihaspati. Brihaspati is the teacher of Devatas, so that he will learn, he will get good qualities. But he didn't want to learn there. He tried to make him a devotee, but he didn't want to become a devotee. So both the generations, his father and his son, both were not favorable to devotion. But even in such conditions, Prahlad had adjusted himself so nicely and performed his Hari Bhajan. Therefore, don't try to adjust others. Don't try to adjust the environment. Adjust yourself to the environment. And yeah, one more thing he said, Vaishnavas are Paramahamsas. These are the 2-3 set of things that he told. Vaishnavas are Paramahamsas. Paramahamsa means Hamsa has the capacity to extract milk from a mixture of water and milk. Ordinarily, if you mix water and milk, do not see any difference. Nobody can differentiate between the two. But a Hamsa has got a quality to extract just the milk and leave away the water. Similarly, the Vaishnavas or Paramahamsas, they have got the capacity to extract good qualities from all the living entities. All the living entities, they have both good and bad qualities. A person who has got, good qualities predominating is called a good person. But not that he has no bad qualities at all. Even he has bad qualities. We are talking about ordinary persons, not sadhus or devotees, Shuddha Bhaktas or gurus. They are beyond all these, judgments or, these considerations. These are for ordinary people. So, a person is called good if good qualities are prevailing more in him, more predominant in him. But not that he has no bad qualities at all. Similarly, a bad person, a person who has got predominatingly more bad qualities, more prevalent, bad qualities are more prevalent, he is called a bad person. But it is not that a bad person has no good qualities at all. He also has some good qualities. So the Vaishnavas, they extract good qualities from even the so-called good or bad person in this material world, leaving aside all the bad qualities. That is the quality of a pure devotee. Therefore, Guru Maharaj's indication was that we should always try to see good qualities in others. This was the indication that Guru Maharaj gave, that never see, you should not have the tendency to see defects in others, to see bad qualities in others. You should always see good in others, good qualities, then what will happen? We will associate with those good qualities. If we see bad qualities in others, then we will associate with those bad qualities. Therefore, our fall down will be inevitable. Guru Maharaj said on another occasion, if you go on seeing bad qualities in others, then those bad qualities will come in you, and you will never be in a position to show your face also to others, because all the bad qualities will come in you, because you are discussing about the bad qualities. You are talking about the bad qualities of others. There are so many good things to talk about. Supreme Lord, his personal associate, his glories, his dham, his name, they are all unlimited. We have so many topics to talk about. But still, if we are only, desiring to stay in the filthy environment and just, play with the filthy thing, then what will happen? Ultimately, our body will turn into filthy thing. Isn't it? When you are playing with the mud all day, what will happen? We will become muddy. In a similar way, if we are only discussing about the bad qualities of others, all those bad qualities will come in us. No way can we or will we try to rectify ourselves. We will be completely, covered with mud, and we will no longer be in a position to show our own face to others. Therefore, Guru Maharaj said, the Vaishnavas are Paramahamsas. They only see good qualities. We should learn to see good qualities. So don't blame others. Others can just become instrumental, but they never become the cause. They never become the cause. You have done something in the past that has given this result to you, because Supreme Lord is impartial. That is what, the Bombay, that particular discussion I brought into. Supreme Lord is impartial. He is not partial to one. If a child says that mother loves my brother more than me, then it is a defect of the child. Pure devotee's love, Supreme Lord's love is equal to everyone. Yes, the more one is dependent, the more he feels their love, the more he feels their grace, the more he feels their, their presence. But the thing is, he is impartial. Na cha bleshi, na priyaha. The Lord says there is no one whom I hate, or there is no one whom I, na priya. There is no one who is very dear to me. There is no one who is, whom I hate, or who is very, not dear to me. I am equal to all. Samoham sarva bhuteshu. I am equal to everyone. The pure devotee is there also. So, the Lord is impartial, and therefore he gives the results of what we have done in the past. That is pure, that is completely due to our own thing. Others may become just an instrument, but they never become the cause of our suffering or even our whatever enjoyment that we may get in this material world. Now, if someone it becomes a cause of our happiness, oh, you are so great. No, it is still Supreme Lord. It is coming through Supreme Lord. He is just the instrument. Yes, you will respect him, you will honor him, but it's not he is the cause. Cause is Supreme Lord. Similarly, even in the case of distress. So, you have to tell me when time is up. I'm supposed to speak only till 5:15. It is 5. Okay. 5:15. 5:10 or 5 minutes more. Okay. So, I'll just say this and then conclude. In Bombay again, that was the centennial ceremony of Most Revered Param Gurudev that was being celebrated 2004. Most Revered Srila Gurudev came to speak Hari Katha on about Most Revered Srila Gurudev, Param Gurudev. So he spoke the glories of Srila Param Gurudev for some time, and then he spoke the narration of Dhruva. You see, that was an occasion to speak about Most Revered Srila Param Gurudev. He spoke for a brief time, and then he spoke about the pastimes of Dhruva Maharaj. There is a reason behind this, because 2004 was a year where there was a lot of, blaming going on around. He is the cause, this person is the cause. So many things were going on around. So Guru Maharaj, he spoke about the glories of Dhruva, and then he very, very forcefully said, we are committing a Himalayan blunder if we say others are the cause of our problem. It is a Himalayan blunder. Means there is no blunder superior to it. If we think that particular person is the cause of my trouble, if we blame others for whatever we are getting, then it is a Himalayan blunder. We should understand that we have done something in the past that has become the cause of my current suffering. Nobody is to be blamed for this. He so forcefully said this that I was also among those audience. Everyone literally turned into tears. The way Srila Guru Maharaj spoke with force, the way Guru Maharaj had, instilled those instructions, or rather he wanted to instill those instructions in the heart of all the persons, almost all of us, there were few hundreds of people sitting in front of him, all of us were into tears. And because we could feel the force with which Guru Maharaj was, sending that message inside the heart. But an unfortunate incident has occurred after that. I remember this because, it's an unfortunate thing. I'll explain after that. You will understand why I remember this. After the Harikatha was over, Guru Maharaj left the place to the place of his residence, and then immediately there was a quarrel that got picked up there, saying this person is the cause, this person is the cause. Because of him, Guru Maharaj has to speak like this. Guru Maharaj was, his heart is not so good, but in spite of that, he had to speak so loudly, and he had to give this because that person had committed mistake, and he is the cause of Guru Maharaj. Has actually completely gone. What is this? Just now we heard this instruction that nobody is to be blamed. And Guru Maharaj wants to give this instruction, and now we are saying that because of that person, he is speaking like that. Actually, I'm not blaming those persons who had, seen in this manner. It is there in all of us. While we are in Sadhu Sangha, till the point we are in Sadhu Sangha, we think that everything is all right. Oh, it has entered into my heart. We have tears in the eyes. But the moment that Sadhu Sangha is gone, or we become deprived of it, or the moment we deprive ourselves, it is not that they are depriving us. He has given the instruction. He cannot be there at the back of all the time, with a cane in his hand. No, you are forgetting. No, you are forgetting. They will do it if needed also, but they will not force a living entity to do that. Even after speaking such a message with a lot of gravity, with a lot of force, it is very unfortunate that we are still seeing the defects in others. It is me. I know this defect is there in me. I understand why Guru Maharaj had made me speak this, because I need to remember this. Guru Maharaj's first instruction to me, that is, see your own defects. See your own defects. Don't try to adjust the environment. Adjust yourself with the environment. The Vaishnavas are the Paramahamsas. They don't see bad qualities in others. If you do so, you cannot rectify yourself. So these instructions should always be remembered in the heart. They should be always on the top of everything. When we are doing any service, when we are doing anything, then if we remember this instruction always, then success is assured. There is the Vaishnava's mercy will come. If we sincerely want to follow the instructions, the mercy will come. We cannot follow by our own strength. We have no strength to even follow the instructions of the pure devotees. But if we have the sincerity, if we want to really do so, then the mercy will come, the strength will come automatically. Therefore, we shall, pray to Gurudev, we shall pray to the Vaishnavas, we shall pray to the Supreme Lord. May they give us strength so that we can follow the instructions that they have given to us for our own welfare, for our own ultimate benefit. So I think time is up. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to sing the glories of most revered Srila Gurudev and remember his teachings. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam Maharaj ji. Thanks for sharing such nice teachings of Srila Gurudev. So now we would like to request Shripad Bhakti Kinkar Damodar Maharaj ji to please switch on his audio and video. Hare Krishna Maharaj ji. Yes, Maharaj ji, we can see you.
Can you do something? I don't want to see myself and speak actually.
Sorry Maharaj ji, it is spotlight because it is on Facebook. So might be you can change your view there.
No problem. I'll keep one piece of paper. I think now it's fine. ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ॐ विष्णुपादाय श्रीगौरप्रियमूर्तये श्रीमते भक्तिवल्लभ तीर्थगोस्वामिने नमः। पतित पावन परम करुणामय परमाराध्यतम श्रील गुरुपाद पद्म नित्य लीला प्रविष्टो विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शतश्री श्रीमद श्रील भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज जी के अभय चरण में असंख्य कोटि साष्टांग दंडवत प्रणाम करते हुए उनकी अहेतु की कृपा प्रार्थना करता हूँ। So, most revered Srila Gurudev is very, very merciful upon this sevak. So he is somehow repeatedly giving an opportunity to glorify him so that I can purify my heart. Today, once again, we are here to remember most revered Srila Gurudev on this Tirobhav Tithi festival, Viraha Mahotsav, disappearance Tithi. When it is about Viraha Tithi, disappearance Tithi, I was reading few articles of various acharyas and their views about Viraha, about this love in separation. First of all, when we see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is asking Sri Rai Ramanand, what is the highest of grief? Dukh madhe kaun dukh hoy gurutar, topmost. And Sri Rai Ramanand, he answers to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna Bhakta Viraha Vina, means the separation grief of a pure devotee. There is no other grief superior to this than this. And when we see Srila Narottam Thakur, he sings, Pashane Kutibo Mata Anale Pashibo, that I shall jump in fire or I shall beat my head onto the rocks. Why? In separation, because of the separation, the pain of separation from the pure devotees, of the beloved associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So when it is already 4 years that most revered Srila Gurudev has disappeared from our mortal vision, even though Gurudev is omnipresent like the Supreme Lord, he is always present. He is all the time present with all his disciples, even though the one who realizes this and the one who don't, because the mother never discriminates within their children. If someone is good or not, she is always caring. She is always loving her child. So Gurudev is also all the time present, but being conditioned in this world, a conditioned soul is unable to feel the presence of Sri Guru. I was reading an article of Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, in which Srila Maharaj, he says that today is the 32nd Viratiti of my most revered Srila Prabhupada. And I am surprised that how can I still remain in this world in the absence of my Gurudev. He says, my life was a bit useful for my Gurudev, but when the Gurudev disappeared, now my life carries no meaning. What kind of feeling these acharyas they have within their heart for most revered Gurudev. He says, maybe I have committed some namaparad, or maybe I have committed some sevaparad towards my most revered Gurudev, that I have to remain in this world carrying this life as a burden even after my Gurudev has disappeared. That kind of feeling is there in Viraha. Viraha is very special. One who experiences Viraha, only they only understand. That's why Viraha is considered as Utsav. It is a celebration. Shok can never be, misery can never be a celebration. But Viraha is definitely a celebration. Why? Viraha means what? Viraha means to stay very close to the beloved object, to be absorbed in the object of worship is Viraha. And celebration, Utsava, means it's a matter of bliss. Once we are fully absorbed in the object of worship, then it is natural that there will be only bliss, nothing else. That's why Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he says, Tomar sevai dukh hoyat, se to paramasukh. Even though I feel misery, actually misery does not exist, but misery is also kind of flavor. If in that pure love of God, so when the devotee experiences that misery in love of God, that is also giving, that is also enhancing the bliss within the heart of a pure devotee. It's a very higher state. We hear from Srila Gurudev, it's like when we try to eat this hot sugar cane, when they try to make good, when they try to make jaggery from the sugar cane, and it's so hot. And then when we try to eat it, even though it's burning, but still we don't want to spit. But we feel happy while eating. In the same way, this acute pangs of separation is giving so much of pain. But still we enjoy it. We feel so much of bliss within the heart that we don't want to even come out of it for a moment. We can see gopis, how when Uddhav, he goes to them and try to explain them, convince them, saying that you should now meditate on Brahman so that you will come out of this pain of separation. But Gopi says, please, if you have come here all the way representing Sri Krishna, then please advise us only one thing, that how we can forget him. That is Viraha. Viraha means not a moment we'll be able to forget, because we are fully absorbed in the object. That is Viraha. To celebrate that Viraha, it should be a matter of great fortune. Conditioned souls like me, for them it is not possible to celebrate. Anyhow, We are here to remember Srila Gurudev for our own purification. We just heard from our dear Paramadvaiti Maharaj about some of the teachings of most revered Srila Gurudev. Each and every act of Srila Gurudev carries a very big teaching. I remember one time, it was in 2003, I think, we were in Mumbai, and 3 or 4, I don't remember exactly, but it was in Mumbai. And Srila Gurudev, he was reading newspaper. Srila Gurudev, he was reading newspaper, and then he shows that the Shankaracharya of Kanchi Kamakoti Pitham, Sri Jayendra Saraswati, has been arrested. When he was arrested, and then after some time, there was a big cyclone in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, and then so many people, they were affected by that cyclone in that year. So all that was mentioned in the newspaper, and Srila Gurudev in Mumbai, he was reading that newspaper. So I went there, and it was young age, and so behavior was like little stupid. I just commented to Gurudev that I said, reading newspaper is wastage of time. And Gurudev himself, he is reading newspaper. I just went near him and randomly made this, said this. And he just looked at my face, because he is a caring mother and he understands the nature of each and every stupid son. So he just made me sit. And then while talking to me, he made a very specific point that I know that this is going to happen. What has happened here, I know that this is going to happen, but I don't know that so quickly such thing will happen. What has happened? The cyclone which has come in the southern part of India, which has practically destroyed huge amount of property, as well as the lives of so many people are also finished. Guru Maharaj says, I know that this is going to happen, but I did not expect this to happen so quickly. I was amazed that why Gurudev is saying this. And then Guru Maharaj specifies that whenever there is an attack on Sanatan Dharma, whenever there is an attack on the saintly persons, then the nature will not forgive them. This was the statement which Gurudev has said, because that time there were some signs of earthquakes in Assam also. So Gurudev says, nature is not going to forgive those people, those who try to attack sadhus, those who try to attack pure devotees, those who try to attack spiritual personalities. Because Shankaracharya, according to many of the devotees, they are Mayavadis. So for us, Shankaracharya means Mayavadi, or some Shaiva means Mayavadi. But for Gurudev, the vision is totally different. The way he sees is totally different. He never discriminates in that way. He says when there is attack, so we should learn to respect all the sadhus. We should always learn to respect each and every sadhu. Not that we have this tendency that we only respect those people with whom we are convinced or with whom we have some faith. But we generally don't want to understand or respect all those other personalities, those who are actually sadhus. So even though they may not, Gurudev said this, they may not be on that level, They may not be practicing the topmost thing, but still we should respect them. And whenever there is some opposition, whenever there is some destructive mood towards that personalities, nature is not going to forgive. This was one of the important thing which I could learn from the teachings of Srila Gurudev that time. Learn to respect everyone. Like we just heard from our Paramadvaiti Maharaj that Guru Maharaj says all are good. When all are good, the Shaivas are also good, Mayavadis are also good, everyone is good. Guru Maharaj never had such kind of discrimination. And then to give, he was all the time open to respect and to care for everyone. This was one thing which I got the chance to learn from Srila Gurudev in Mumbai. As well as Gurudev was very strongly emphasizing on Harinam, on chanting of the holy name. He was very strongly emphasizing on chanting of the holy name, that we should be very careful while chanting the holy name. He said we should not waste even a single moment. We should not waste even a single moment. Each and every moment of our life is very precious. So that's why what happened is Guru Maharaj called me for some purpose in his room in Mumbai. And then while Guru Maharaj is talking to me, my phone started ringing. It was like those days, like newly mobile phone days. So we have mobile phone and it started ringing. One time I disconnected, again I disconnected, third time I disconnected. Then Gurudev, he told first attend the call. I just attended the call and it was not very important call actually. Then Guru Maharaj was there, I was in the room itself. Then Guru Maharaj, he told me that not a single moment of our life should be wasted for any other purpose. So Guru Maharaj, he says, what we have to do, the only purpose, the only reason for having this human form of life is to chant the holy name. So you should focus more seriously on chanting the holy name instead of engaging yourself in other activities. This was also one very important teaching which he has given me in person. There are so many such teachings which we have earlier discussed, but one thing I wanted to tell you that Guru Maharaj is so merciful that he is mother. An affection of a mother can be negligible in front of the affection showered by most revered Gurudev on each and every of his disciples. There are so many devotees with whom such things have happened, but I just want to remember few instances which happened with me. That Srila Gurudev, when I first saw him in Chandigarh Math, then he was welcomed with the kirtan singing Sansara Dava Nalli de Loka. And I was so small and I liked it so much that I had the desire that at least one time in my life I get the chance to sing this in front of Gurudev, then it would be so nice, I will be very happy. But I can't dare to say anyone. Because my voice is not so sweet that I want to sing and someone will encourage me. It was there in my heart. But in 2011, when Srila Gurudev came to our Govardhan ashram, it was so natural. Everything was not planned, nothing. Everything was so natural, spontaneously. I got the chance while performing Guru Puja to sing this kirtan. It was such a happy moment. And I tell you one very interesting thing, that in 2007, for some special reason, for some specific reason, we had to leave Mumbai and shift to North India. We had to leave, so we left and then we shifted to North India. Actually, I stayed in Mumbai for quite few years and I have so many friends there. I got so deeply attached to the Mumbai and my friends there. So it was giving so much of pain within my heart that I am unable to tell this to anyone. How can I tell someone that I want to be in Mumbai, I want to spend my time there? It's not proper. So I'm unable to say anything to anyone, and there is so much of pain within my heart. Finally, when it has become unbearable, I have gone to see Srila Gurudev in New Delhi Mutt. In New Delhi Mutt, I have gone to see Srila Gurudev, and there I have spoken to him few things. And among them, one is this, that I told Gurudev that I am missing Mumbai very badly. I learned this from Pujapad Madhusudan Maharaj. If you don't tell, then also Gurudev knows everything. It's not that he doesn't know anything, we can cheat him. He knows each and everything. So the wise thing is to open your heart completely in front of most revered Srila Gurudev. Let him listen. So when I found no other option, I went there and then I requested Gurudev, and then I spoke to him and I said, I am very strongly attached to Mumbai. And Gurudev is just constantly like looking at me in a very smiling mood. And then when I finished everything, then he says, so what you want now? He asked me. I expressed my desire. Somehow Gurudev only made me speak. It's not my desire. Gurudev only made me speak. I said the attachment I have for one specific city and a group of devotees, I don't want that to happen. I want my attachment to be on your lotus feet. This is the only thing I beg from you. The only word I said, and I was holding his feet and I was crying because I just took some private time, so there was no one in the room. Guru Maharaj did not give any answer to my question. He just looked into my eyes and then he just touched my head like this, but he did not give any answer. He answered some other things. But I did pranams and then I came out from there. By the mercy of most revered Srila Gurudev, Gurudev has engaged me in nice service in Mumbai, but he blessed me in such a way that he made Mumbai and all other places are one and the same. It is the area of work, it is the area of service, but it is not the place of attachment. Even though he did not say that I bless you or I tell you that nothing will attract you anymore, but only because of my prayer, Guru Maharaj has accepted it, the prayer, and then he blessed in such a way that I can see the result in my life today. He's so merciful that we don't need to wait for the answer. Like we just heard from our Paramadvaiti Maharaj that Gurudev says that we don't need to ask for the mercy or blessings or anything. They are spontaneously coming, they are naturally coming. We just need to open our heart, that's it. And I have experienced personally in my life, the first time in the Vyasa Puja of Srila Gurudev when I was in Chandigarh, Gurudev would never allow anyone to bathe his feet on his Vyasa Puja. He would not allow because our Nityananda Prabhu, he would go with some water and try to touch his feet, and Guru Maharaj would tell, go away. So when I saw this, I had the desire that at least one time, if I get the chance to touch the feet of Srila Gurudev and wash it, I would be very fortunate. But I can't tell this to Gurudev because it is very difficult. How can we say this to Gurudev? Not possible. And now what happens? In 2004, when Srila Guru Maharaj was in Bangalore, and from there he is supposed to fly to Mumbai. So before going to the airport, his flight is around 10:30, 11 in the morning. So we were the people, myself and Muni Maharaj, we were like taking care, we were like organizing that program along with our Sadhu Maharaj and Dasharath Prabhu, who is now Bharti Maharaj, and few others. So when Guru Maharaj is leaving for the airport, before that, he just had some breakfast. And without his notice, some part of it has fell on his feet. And now Guru Maharaj washed his hands and he is about to leave. His feet is on the ground. When I went to pay pranams, I saw that prasad is on his feet. I brought some water and I said, some prasad is on the feet. Then Guru Maharaj just smiled and I put that water on his feet and then wiped it. And he was just looking at my face and he smiled, but he did not say anything. And anyhow, I got the chance to drink that water that day. So the thing is, he's so merciful. We just need to have the desire. He will definitely fulfill it. That is his mercy. We don't need to, there is nothing that we will lose. There is nothing that we will lose. There is nothing that we won't get. We get everything what we want. So that's why anyhow, in this way, he has given his mercy. And also in 2003, because it was the first time when Guru Maharaj visited Bangalore, and I was very fortunate that I got the chance to be one of the persons who was organizing the tour. After Gurudev arrived in Bangalore, at least for one and a half day, I could not go to see him. When I could not go to see him, after that, when I went to see him, I could not control my tears because childish nature. It's not that like, it is childish nature what to do when you see Gurudev like this, and then started crying. And it was so nice moment with Srila Gurudev. I was there and our Paramhans Maharaj was there and Gurudev is on his bed, and then I just went near him. I could hardly speak in front of him, but I was crying, and Guru Maharaj is keeping his hand on my head and he is trying to console me. That was one of the most wonderful moments that I could ever experience in my life. The transcendental touch of such personalities. Vaishnava Sharir Aprakrut Sad. His body is transcendental. He is transcendental. So when a conditioned soul gets such touch of most revered Srila Gurudev, the transcendental touch, we can understand that it is out of the world experience. And also my time is over, and I think, and I tell you one thing. When I was in Chandigarh Math, assisting Nityanand Prabhu as Pujari, that time, one time Nityanand Prabhu has gone to Vrindavan, and then he made me stay there. So now I have to change the dress of the Lord. I am unable to change because I don't know how to decorate the deities. So it was a very big problem. I was like very scared. And then I was touching the feet of the deity Sri Radha Madhav in Chandigarh Math. touching the deity, the feet of the deity of Sri Radha Madhav in Chandigarh Math. And the touch was so nice. So I would, as long as I was serving as Pujari there, I would touch the deity's feet every day almost, because I enjoyed it. To my surprise, in 2003, when I first got the chance to touch the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev, the first feeling which came to my heart is that I'm touching the lotus feet of Radha Madhav only. That was, it was not an imagination. It was not a speculation or anything. Randomly, I just went to wash the feet of Srila Gurudev, and when I wiped his feet like this, that was the same feeling which I got when I touched the feet of Sri Radha Madhav. That is something which I have felt in my life. And also I went to have darshan of Srila Bhakti Kumud Sant Goswami Maharaj. I went to have his darshan along with the Matin, that time Matin charge of Chandigarh Math, Param Pujyapad Srila Bhakti Sarvasya Nishkinchan Goswami Maharaj. And Srila Maharaj introduced me to Srila Sant Goswami Maharaj. The first thing when Sant Goswami Maharaj came to know about me, he was just pulling my cheeks like this, and then that was his affection he used to do with children. So he was pulling my cheeks like this and then doing like this on my shoulder, and he said, catch hold of the feet of your Gurudev. He will definitely take you. I don't remember the words as it is, but this is what something he said, that you catch hold of the lotus feet of your Gurudev. Don't leave them. Always catch hold of his lotus feet, and he will definitely take you. I thought maybe he was inspiring. We conditioned soul, they only listen and then they have their own way of thinking. So I was thinking maybe he is just inspiring me. But in 2010, on 18th of September, an incident happened in my life. It's a very special incident, and which made me realize the words of Srila Bhakti Kumud Sant Goswami Maharaj, that what he said actually happens. Srila Gurudev's presence has been felt on that particular day. I don't want to narrate that incident now, but the essence is, these Guru Vargas, they foresee, they see, they know everything, what is going to happen and how a conditioned soul can be saved. That's why Srila Maharaj has advised me, always stay on the lotus feet of your Gurudev. He will save you. He will rescue you. And I could feel this also in my life. One time in 2003, I went to Srila Gurudev alone, and I had something to complain. And Guru Maharaj just looked my face and he said, don't worry. What to do? These instances can't be narrated. But it was a very painful time, because we are like young brahmacharis and we have to face so many strong consequences, and we don't blame others that because of whom we had to face. But the fact is, we had to face such consequences in our life, which is very difficult for a normal person to bear even. For us also, it's very difficult. But only by the mercy of most revered Srila Guru Maharaj that we could survive from that drastic situation. I went to Srila Gurudev and I was just looking at him, and then I made my prayers. And the result is, Guru Maharaj has changed the whole situation, everything. At one time, there is another time. What happens is, people were looking at us and then they were coming out with different understandings and different way of ideas. It was in 2007 when we have started this Tirthashram. then people would just say that you people don't belong to Mutt anymore. You people don't belong to Gurudev anymore. Like that, they were like, some were complaining. It is out of their affection. I don't say that they are envious of anything. It is out of their affection. They want us to come back and stay with them, maybe. I don't know. But this is what something happened. And then it's hurting me like anything, piercing my heart every time to listen that you left Gurudev, you left Mutt. So I could not bear it. And then I went to Srila Gurudev. I went to Srila Gurudev and I was crying near him. And Gurudev, after listening to all my conversation, he says that a disciple is never away from his Gurudev. This was one thing which Gurudev said. I was just still looking and then I'm crying because it was little difficult for me to digest, to accept. Because if the disciple will run away, then it is possible. So many other things are going on in my mind. So I don't know what to say to Gurudev. I was just continuously crying. And then Guru Maharaj looked into my face. And then Gurudev, he said one thing, I'm always with you. It's not that he loves me or I deserve it. I want to say this because if anyone, whoever goes to Gurudev with so much of distress, so much of misery within the heart, the words of Gurudev not only console them, they transfer their mind and make them blissful for all time. That is the speciality. You know, consoling a person is for that time, for that moment. Gurudev doesn't console. So that for that moment we are happy and again once we come back and we cry. Gurudev gives us a kind of support, strength, that whole life, only by remembering his transcendental words, we can happily survive. That is what Gurudev has given. They are not just words, those words which came from the mouth of Srila Gurudev is to save the fall down of one sadhak. When we see things are not favorable, it is natural that we will fall down. We give up. We don't want to continue because that is the nature of a conditioned soul. When things are not favorable, we don't want to continue. We give up, we quit. Guru Maharaj, he knows how to save the person. Guru Maharaj, he knows how to save the person. That's why he is not only consoling, he is giving the strength by saying these such words. If not, if I see myself, I don't deserve that Gurudev console me, Gurudev pacify me when I am crying, touching my head like this or pampering me. And I don't see myself qualified that Gurudev says such big words that I am always with you. I'm not qualified, but he knows if I don't say these words, he will not have this assurance. So I assure him that I'm always with you. And I was still looking at the face of most revered Srila Gurudev. Then Gurudev, he is Antaryami. He is omnipresent. So he sees my heart. So he just looked at me and he said one more thing. He said, place doesn't matter where you are staying and all. Even without me asking, Guru Maharaj said this, where you are staying, place doesn't matter. What matters is the ideals of Gurudev, what you have adopted in your life, that really matters. Gurudev says, Gaura Rami, mukhe bole nahi chale. I just shout loudly that I belong to Gurudev, I belong to Gurudev, Gurudev. He says, these things are not going to work. The conduct, the ideals presented by Gurudev, that we have to accept, that we have to imbibe in our life. And he just not said this. We can see the way Srila Gurudev has adopted each and everything taught by our most revered Param Gurudev. We all know That Guru Maharaj means he is not different from Param Gurudev. It is not just our way of understanding. It is the fact, because the conduct which Param Gurudev had, the ideals which Param Gurudev has set, Gurudev is following. Gurudev followed each and everything word to word. So that is what Gurudev said. Wherever you stay, always remember, when you are following the ideals of your spiritual master, when you are following the conduct of your spiritual master, when you are surrendered to your Guru, that means you are always with Sri Guru only. This is one of the very important instruction which I have received that day through Srila Guru Maharaj. And also I tell you one thing, one last thing, maybe time is over, that Srila Guru Maharaj, he was in Sridham Mayapur. That time he was like, that year he was not going to parikrama to all the places. So he was in Mayapur Math. And that day was the parikrama for Vidyanagar, the longest parikrama, and not so easy to walk. So, being very smart, I just dropped my plan and I remained in the Math only. But Guru Maharaj, he don't like this. If someone goes to Dham and then they skip parikrama, they don't go for parikrama, he doesn't appreciate it. I know, but what to do? Can't walk so much. So I just dropped the plan. And it was quite few years ago, mainly more than 18 years. And when I dropped my plan, there was no one in the Math. So I went to Srila Guru Maharaj room for darshan. Room was open. I went inside. Guru Maharaj, when he looked at me, he asked me directly, why you did not go for parikrama? What will I say? I'm so scared. There was no answer for this. I was just remaining silent and I said, I have some pain. He just looked at my face and then he smiled. He understood because I'm speaking live. Then I said, I'm hungry. I told this to Anantaram Prabhu, or I don't remember who was there in the room that time. I said, I'm feeling hungry. Then Guru Maharaj personally sent his sevak, maybe Anantaram Prabhu, or I don't remember, Pujvat Brihadrati Maharaj, someone was there. He just sent them to the temple asking for something to eat. When there was nothing that we could get from the Math, then Guru Maharaj had some Peru in his room, Amrut. Peru in his room. So he just, he gave them to me, and not just he gave me, he also says how to eat. He also says how to eat. If you eat them like this, you will feel taste. How? Cut this like this and then put some salt. Like, mother says to the child that like this, do like this, and then you will feel good. In this way, Guru Maharaj was advising, he was like showing his affection. In this way, he was showing his affection and love and showing his mercy. What I want to say is the memories and the time, the limited time which we got the chance to spend with Gurudev is not just a limited time. It is, in fact, the treasure for the whole life. It is the biggest treasure for the whole life, where simply by remembering them, one very special thing Guru Maharaj said one time in Jagannath Puri. One time Srila Guru Maharaj was in Jagannath Puri and the Math is completely full. And for brahmacharis, they don't have any special room. You have to sleep somewhere in the balcony here and there. That time, so Guru Maharaj, when I went to pay pranams to him, I went from Mumbai and I pay pranams to Srila Gurudev. Guru Maharaj just looked at me and said, did you find some place to stay? I said, Gurudev, no. He did not say you go there and sleep or here and sleep. He just said one word. Brahmachari means whole Math belongs to them only. It's your own house. You can sleep anywhere. I think no problem. It was only a small word, but that word gave such a kind of inspiration for the whole life, that any time when some idea comes to the mind, first thing which comes is Mat is my home, because Gurudev says that Mat is your home, Mat is your place. So when some place belongs to me, how I can think something which is separate from the Mat? That is not possible. That is not possible. Simply by one word, he drilled it in the heart of the disciple that you should always remember that Mat means it is your place. Mat means what? The place of Sri Guru. And anywhere in the Mat, any corner, you don't need to expect any facilities there. You can just remain there anywhere and then feel happy because you are in the shelter of your spiritual master, because Mat means the place of Sri Guru. So anyhow, in like this, there are little, small, there are so many instances which happen. Some can be narrated, some can't be narrated. But I humbly pray in the lotus feet of most revered Srila Gurudev and all those surrendered souls of most revered Gurudev to bless me so that I can dedicate my life without any hypocrisy and duplicity, and serve Gurudev and Guru Parampara. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyo patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam Maharaj Ji for sharing such nice teachings of Srila Gurudev and such nice pastimes. So thanks very much, Dandavat Pranam Maharaj Ji. So now we would like to request Shripad Bhakti Vichar Vishnu Maharaj Ji to please start your audio and video to speak.
यत्कृपातमं वन्दे कृपया क्षमताम् अपराधिजनम् खलु सायुत सत्तसुधीः सुपथे परिचारक कृपा वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो। सबसे पहले मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा हमारे दीप प्रभु जी को, दामोदर प्रभु जी को, जिन्होंने ये मौका दिया मुझे गुरु जी के बारे में बोलने का, गुरु जी के बारे में सुनने का। तो I can speak English, but for some reasons I want to speak in Hindi. So Damodar will translate, I think.
Sure, Maharaj Ji.
अभी हम लोग हमारे गुरु भाई परमद्दिति महाराज जी और दामोदर महाराज से सुन रहे थे। बहुत ही अच्छा ऐसा लग रहा था, वो लोग बोलते रहे। जो परमद्दिति महाराज जी जो अपनी फर्स्ट मीटिंग अपने गुरु जी के साथ बता रहे थे कि उनको गुरु जी ने बोला कि दूसरों के दोष मत देखो, है ना, जीव अपने ही कर्मों का फल भोगता है। ऐसा सोचो कि सब अच्छे हैं, मैं ही खराब हूं, तब मैं अपने आप को सुधार सकता हूं।
Yes, Maharaj Ji. So Maharaj Ji is saying that as we were listening to Sripad Paramadvaiti Maharaj Ji and Sripad Damodar Maharaj Ji, and they were reminding us of that how Gurudev used to say that we should see faults only in ourselves and not in others. So I was feeling that I should keep on listening to this more and more. Yes, Maharaj Ji.
दामोदर महाराज जी बता रहे थे कि कैसा गुरु जी का स्नेह है, एक माँ की तरह, कैसे वो अंतर्यामी हैं, कैसे वो दयालु हैं, कृपालु हैं, हर जीव पर, हर शिष्य पर अगाध प्रेम है उनका।
So Maharaj Ji is saying that how Damodar Maharaj was explaining that Gurudev has so much of Vatsalya Prem, motherly love for all the jivas, all the disciples, everyone.
मैं गुरु जी को आज एक अलग महिमा के रूप में रखना चाहता हूँ, वो ये कि जैसा कि चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने बताया परम विजयते श्री कृष्ण संकीर्तनम, कि हरिनाम संकीर्तन से ही हम सबका कल्याण हो सकता है।
So I want to explain little bit different for Guru Maharaj's glorification, that how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has explained that only by Harinam Sankirtan we can be delivered from this world.
और ये जो हरिनाम है ये वो कर सकता है जिसके अंदर तृणादपि सुनीचेन तरोरपि श्रेष्ठ अमानिन मानते, ये 4 क्वालिटीज हों।
So only he can do Harinam who has all the 4 qualities of Trinadapi Sunichen, Tarurapi Saishnuna, all the qualities that are mentioned in the 3rd verse of Shiksha Ashtak.
तो गुरु महाराज जी भगवान के निज जन हैं, गुरु जी भगवान श्री कृष्ण का भिन्न प्रकाश हैं, गुरु जी गोलोक धाम में भगवान की नित्य सेवा में है, ये एक अलग एस्पेक्ट है। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि गुरु महाराज जी हमारे सामने एक ऐसे आचार्य हैं, एक ऐसे परम आचार्य हैं, एक ऐसे महान आचार्य हैं जिनके पूरे जीवन में ये चारों क्वालिटीज भंडार के रूप में दिखाई देती है।
So we know that Gurudev is actually non-different from Krishna, and he's serving Krishna in the Golok Vrindavan. Those all things are there, but we have seen that all these 4 qualities were fully seen in Guru Maharaj completely in all his life.
जैसे पहली क्वालिटी है तृणादपि सुनीचेन। हम देखते कई गुरु जी की लीलाएं, जैसे परम गुरु महाराज जी एक बार गुरु महाराज जी को ढूंढते ढूंढते उनके कमरे की तरफ गए। एक बड़ा सा हॉल था, तो वहां पे बहुत सारे बिस्तर लगे हुए थे। तो गुरु जी ने पूछा वो तीर्थ महाराज कहाँ है, तो बताया कि ये बिस्तर में कहीं गए हुए। तो गुरु जी उनके बिस्तर के पास आए, आके खड़े हुए, परम गुरु जी खड़े हुए, और परम गुरु जी खड़े होकर सब बोलते इधर आओ इधर आओ इधर आओ इधर। ये देखो ये कैसा बिस्तरा है, ये चैतन्य गौड़ी मठ का जनरल सेक्रेटरी है, ऐसा एक छोटी सी चटाई बिछाई हुई है और ईंट का सिरहाना बनाया हुआ है, कैसे दीनता से रहता है।
So Maharaj is telling that once it so happened that Srila Param Gurudev came to a hall looking for Srila Gurudev, and he said, he asked the devotees there, where is Srila Tirth Maharaj? And then when they showed him where Tirth Maharaj, like Gurudev is going to be sleeping, so then Param Gurudev went there and showed that you see, he is a general secretary of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, and he is sleeping on a mat, and he is using brick for his pillow. So this way Trinadapi Sunichen can be seen in Guru Maharaj so much. This is what Param Gurudev was highlighting.
हमारे वृंदावन में कालिंदी मठ में भिक्षु महाराज जी रहते हैं। वो बता रहे थे कि गुरु महाराज जी एज ए आचार्य प्रचार में आए हुए थे देहरादून। तो कहते मेरी ड्यूटी लगी हुई थी बर्तन धोने की, और 2 मुझको हेल्पर दिए हुए थे प्रचार पार्टी ने। तो कहते एक दिन भंडारा था, तो बहुत हम लोग थक गए थे प्रसाद बांटते बुटते। तो कहते भिक्षु महाराज जी बोलते मैं थोड़ा लेटा हुआ था, मैंने कहा थोड़ा रेस्ट कर ले। तो कहते जब मेरी नींद खुली तो मैं देखा बर्तनों को मांजने की आवाज आ रही, तो मैंने कहा वो दोनों के दोनों प्रभु जी आगे होंगे मांजने को, मैं तो थोड़ी देर और लेट जाता हूँ। उसके बाद कहते थोड़ी देर और लेटा मैं, फिर मैंने कहा चलो अब बर्तन काफी मांज देंगे, तो मुझे धोने हैं, मेरी ड्यूटी धोने की, मैं जाता हूँ धोने के लिए। तो कहते मैं गमछा गुमछा पहन के वॉशरूम की तरफ जा रहा था, तो मैंने कहा चलो देख लूं किचन में तो कितने बर्तन उन्होंने मांजे हैं। तो कहते मैंने जब किचन में ऐसे झांक कर देखा, तो मैंने देखा कहते तीर्थ महाराज जी बर्तनों को मांज रहे। मैंने कहा महाराज आप बर्तन मांजो? कहते बड़ी दीनता से बोलते हैं सभी लोग विभिन्न सेवाओं में है, मैं खाली बैठा था, चलो मैंने कहा मैं बर्तन ही धो देता हूं। मतलब एज ए प्रेसिडेंट हो चैतन्य इतनी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, और वो बर्तन मांज रहे हो।
So it so happened in one of the mutt that Shripad Bhikshu Maharaj ji was there, and Srila Gurudev was there, and a few other devotees were there, and there was a very big festival that happened, and many devotees came, and so much of prasadam was distributed, and it was already late in the night, and Shripad Bhikshu Maharaj ji was taking rest in one place, and then he heard some sound, some Prabhujis who have the duty to wash the utensils. He heard some sound and he thought that they are washing the utensils, and then he thought, okay, let them wash, I am a bit tired, I will I'll take some rest and I'll go to washroom, and then I'll go and help them. So Shripad Bhikshu Maharaj, he got up from his place, he wore that gamcha cloth over him, and he was going towards the washroom, and he just thought of seeing that who is washing and how many utensils are left and how many are washed. He just peeped inside the room where the utensils were being washed, and he was amazed to see that Srila Gurudev was washing, and he said to Srila Gurudev, "Oh, Tirth Maharaj, you are washing utensils. Why are you doing this? You are the president, you are the president of the mutt." Then Guru Maharaj very simply said that oh, everyone is doing so much of service everywhere, I was free and I thought this service is there, so I just took this service. So this is how Guru Maharaj was so simple in his living.
एक बार गुरु महाराज जी अपने सेवकों को लेकर प्रभुपाद के शिष्य परम पूज्यपाद भक्ति सौरभ भक्ति सार महाराज जी को मिलने के लिए गए। तो उन्होंने उनके सेवकों को बोला कि गुरु जी आपके अगर उठे तो मिलना चाहता हूँ। तो सेवक ने अंदर जाकर बोला, तो सेवक को पूज्यपाद सार महाराज जी ने बोला कि एक चेयर ले आओ, चेयर लगाओ, उसमें एक आसन लगाओ, तो बैठेंगे। तो गुरु महाराज जी अंदर आए, गुरु जी ने साष्टांग प्रणाम किया पूज्यपाद भक्ति सार महाराज जी को, और उन्होंने बोला अच्छा बैठो बैठो बैठो, बसो चेयर है, बसो चेयर में बैठिए। तो बोला, तो गुरु महाराज जी नीचे बैठ गए। तो उन्होंने एक दो बार बोला, बोलो, कहते नहीं मैं आपके चरणों में ठीक हूँ। जो भी बातचीत हुई, बातचीत होने के बाद जब गुरु जी जाने रहे, तो उन्होंने अपने सेवकों को बोला, देखो ये तीर्थ महाराज परम वैष्णव है, अगर वैष्णवता सीखनी है तो तीर्थ महाराज से सीखो।
So it so happened once Guru Maharaj he went with few of his other companions to see Shripad Bhakti Saurabh Bhakti Sar Goswami Maharaj ji, who is disciple of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. And when Guru Maharaj went there to see, he was already Acharya that time, Guru Maharaj. He went and paid obeisances. And then Shripad Bhakti Saurabh Bhakti Sar Goswami Maharaj, he told his sevaks that please arrange some chairs and for Tirth Maharaj. And when he offered the chairs, Guru Maharaj did not accept it, and rather he preferred sitting on the floor, and he sat on the floor. And then Maharaj ji, Shripad Bhakti Saurabh Bhakti Sar Maharaj ji also told that you please sit there. Then Guru Maharaj told, no, I am fine sitting here itself. I want to sit at your lotus feet. And then Guru Maharaj had some conversation with him and talks everything. And then after that, Guru Maharaj paid obeisances and left. But after that, Srila Bhakti Saurabh Bhakti Sar Goswami Maharaj ji told all his other sevaks there that, you see, if you want to learn Vaishnavta, if you want to learn the Vaishnav qualities, you should learn from Tirth Maharaj. See, he's an Acharya, but he's sitting on the floor like this.
ऐसे एक बार गुरु महाराज जी पूज्यपाद भक्ति कुमार संत महाराज जी को मिलने के लिए गए, तो उन्होंने भी चेयर लगवाई थी गुरु जी के लिए। तो गुरु जी को बोला, उन्होंने बैठे, साष्टांग प्रणाम हो गया, तो कहते बैठो चेयर में। गुरुजी ने वहां पर एक बात बोली, संत महाराज जी को हाथ जोड़ के। गुरुजी बोलते हैं, महाराज ये प्रचार में जाने से ये सम्मान मजबूरी में ग्रहण करना पड़ता है, पर आप तो मेरे शिक्षा गुरु हैं, आपके सामने क्या सम्मान है, आपके चरणों में मुझे स्थान मिले, मैं तो धन्य भाग समझूंगा। और गुरुजी चरणों में बैठे रहे, चेयर नहीं स्वीकार।
So it so happened, similar incident, that Srila Gurudev went to see Srila Bhakti Kumud Sant Goswami Maharaj, who is also disciple of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, and Srila Bhakti Kumud Sant Goswami Maharaj asked to arrange chair for Srila Gurudev to sit on that. But Guru Maharaj again, he folded hands and with folded hands told to Sripad Bhakti Kumud Sant Goswami Maharaj ji that Maharaj ji, you are my Shiksha Guru, and when I go for preaching, then forcefully I have to accept this respect there, but in front of you, what respect and all I have to, you are my Shiksha Guru and I just want to sit at your lotus feet.
तरोरपि श्रेष्ठना में हम देखते हैं, पूज्य बात भागवत महाराज जी ने बताया, जो हमारे मठ के आचार्य रहे हैं, अभी थोड़े दिन पहले नीति में प्रवेश किए, तो भागवत महाराज जी ने बताया, कहते बहुत पुरानी बात है, कहते हमारे तेजपुर मठ में कुआं हुआ करता था और उस कुएं के पास कहते तीर्थ महाराज जी बैठे थे, अब तो ब्रह्मचारी हैं, तो कहते वो कुछ कर रहे थे, तो एक व्यक्ति को पता नहीं क्या हुआ, वो गालियां देने लगा, कहते तीर्थ महाराज को, तो इतनी जोर से गालियां देने लगा कि ऊपर फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे उनके गुरुजी ठहरे थे, परम गुरु महाराज जी ठहरे थे। परम गुरुजी ने देखा एक आदमी कृष्ण वल्लभ ब्रह्मचारी को गाली दे, तो उन्होंने फिर पूछा ऊपर से, कृष्ण वल्लभ, तो एकदम वो हैरान हो गए, ये गाली क्यों दे रहा है? तो कहते मैं वहीं पर ही था। तो कहते कौन गाली दे रहा है, उनको यही नहीं पता कोई उनको गाली दे रहा है। मतलब सहनशीलता की प्रकाष्ठा देखो कैसी है कि एक व्यक्ति उनको गाली दे रहा है, वो अपने भाव में डूबे, उनको मालूम ही नहीं कोई उनको गाली दे रहा है।
So Shripad Nitilla Prishto Vishnupada Stotra Shri Srimad Bhakti Bhushan Bhagavad Goswami Maharaj ji, who was the last Acharya for Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. He just left, entered into Nitya Leela few days back. He used to mention one incident explaining about the tolerance level of Srila Gurudev. When Gurudev was a brahmachari that time, Krishna Vallabh brahmachari, it so happened in the Tejpur Math, outside the Math, there was one well. So Guru Maharaj ji and Shripad Bhagwat Maharaj ji also, as a brahmachari, they were there. They were doing something there, might be washing some utensils, and it so happened that some ordinary person came there and he started using abusive words and telling abusive words to Srila Gurudev, Tirth Maharaj, Krishna Vallabh brahmachari. Then Param Gurudev, he saw that from the first floor of the Math, and he saw that someone is using abusive words and telling this to Krishna Vallabh brahmachari. Then Param Guru Maharaj called Krishna Vallabh brahmachari and told that Krishna Vallabh, why he is speaking abusive words to you? And Krishna Vallabh brahmachari, like Srila Gurudev that time, he said, oh, I really don't know. He just he was in his own mood always, and he could not even hear the abusive words. Someone is shouting abusive words on him. So this is what was the tolerance level of Srila Gurudev even when he was a brahmachari, has been explained by Shripad Bhakti Bhushan Bhagwat Goswami Maharaj.
हमारे तपस्वी महाराज ने बताया कि जब वो ब्रह्मचारी थे और गुरु महाराज के सेवक थे, कहते हम लोग आसाम प्रचार में थे और गुवाहाटी से बाई बस हम सारे प्रचार पार्टी और कुछ गुवाहाटी के भक्त लोग, कहते हम लोग गए, किसी गांव में प्रोग्राम था, कुछ 6-6.5 घंटे बस का सफर। उसके बाद हम वहाँ पहुंचे, तो कहते जहाँ पर हमारा रहने की व्यवस्था की थी, वो कोई खेत था, खेत को प्लान किया हुआ था और व्यवस्था ऐसी करी थी कि क्योंकि फरवरी का महीने बारिश बुरिश नहीं होगी, तो इस तरह व्यवस्था करी थी कि टेम्परेरी बनाए हुए थे धान की फूस का, ताकि वो रात को ओस न पड़े या दिन में धूप न लगे, इसके लिए बनाया हुआ था। लेकिन बाई चांस कहते रात को बारिश आ गई, तो गुरुजी कमरा तो उसका फिर भी टीन लगी हुई थी, तो कहते मैं तीर्थ महाराज के कमरे में था, तो बारिश थोड़ी थोड़ी सी हुई तो गुरुजी कहीं पर लोटा लगाते, कहीं पर गिलास लगाते, कहीं पर वो कटोरी लगाते, कहीं पर बाल्टी लगाते। फिर देखो बारिश ज्यादा है तो गुरुजी ने अपना बिस्तरा समेटा, उस पर बैठ गए और छतरी लेके बैठे और हरि नाम करते रहे। इधर उधर पानी पुनी गिर रहा था। तो फिर सारी रात कैसे गुरुजी माला करते रहे। और वो जो दूसरे दूसरे ब्रह्मचारी है उनको तो पूरे बिस्तरे बिस्तरे भीग गए। गुरुजी ने सबको बोला कि ऑर्गेनाइजर को कुछ नहीं बोलना, नहीं तो उसके मन में दुख होगा कि मैं ठीक से इंतजाम नहीं कर सका। जब वो प्रभु जी, हमारे श्रीकांतपुर के पिताजी मेन ऑर्गेनाइजर थे उसके, तो जब वो प्रभु जी सवेरे आए तो गुरु जी उनको ही पूछते, अच्छा आज कहाँ का प्रोग्राम? जरा सी भी उन्होंने विधि की मैं क्या तुमने व्यवस्था करी हुई है, सारी रात हम सोए नहीं है। ऐसे गुरु जी जरा कितनी सहनशीलता है।
So it so happened that in Tejpur, Srila Tapasvi Maharaj explains that Tapasvi Maharaj and Srila Gurudev and many other brahmacharis, they went in a bus like very far somewhere in the village, and it was like 6.5 hours of travel. They went there, they reached, and the place to stay was like a field, and on that field there were like tents and all everything. So it was a temporary kind of a stay made over there, and it was made in such a way so that some grass was put on the tin, so that when there is afternoon time, the sunlight cannot enter, and if there is rain, then the rain should not enter. So all that arrangements were done, and Guru Maharaj Ji, Tapasvi Maharaj Ji, everyone, they were sleeping in their rooms, and suddenly in the night it started raining. Tapasvi Maharaj Ji, he went to Srila Gurudev's room, and he saw that Guru Maharaj Ji was putting some or the other things wherever there was some rainwater dripping from the rooftop. He was putting somewhere some glass, somewhere some bucket or something, trying to manage so that the water should not disturb him. But it so happened that there was so much water coming in that Guru Maharaj folded his bed and bed mattress, and he sat on that and kept an umbrella on the top of his head and started chanting. So whole night Guru Maharaj was chanting at that time. And when all the other brahmacharis, they also had this problem that so much of rain was there, and all their bed and mattresses were wet. Then Guru Maharaj called those brahmacharis and everyone, and he told that please do not say a single word, a complaining single word about the arrangements that have been done. So we will not say anything to them. So this was Guru Maharaj's tolerance. And it so happened that the next day when the organizer, he came there, Guru Maharaj did not complain anything. Rather, he just started asking that, oh, what are the places where we have to go for the program today? So this was Guru Maharaj's tolerance level.
अभी जब गुरु महाराज जी की रामनवमी में शुभ विवाह तिथि थी, तो मैं ऑनलाइन सुन रहा था पूज्यपाद बोधायन महाराज जी को। तो बोधायन महाराज जी ने बताया, कहते एक बार वो अपने गुरु जी को मायापुर से लेके आया, क्योंकि गुरु जी परम पूज्यपाद भक्ति प्रमोद पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज, कहते मैं लेके आया। तो कार से हम लोग कलकत्ता मठ के गेट पे उतरे। तो कहते उस समय कहते आप तीर्थ महाराज जी कहते कथा कर रहे थे, व्यासासन पर बैठ के कथा कर रहे थे। तो उन्होंने देखा कि गेट के पास हल्ला गुल्ला क्या हो रहा है। तो उन्होंने पूछा क्या हुआ गेट के पास? कहते पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज जी आए। गुरु महाराज जी ने व्यासासन छोड़ा, कथा छोड़ी और बाहर आ गए। बाहर आकर पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज जी कार से निकले, उनको साष्टांग प्रणाम किया। तो पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज जी ने बोला कि आप तो व्यासासन पर बैठे हैं, आप आचार्य, आप क्यों बाहर आ गए, आप कैसे प्रणाम कर रहे? गुरुजी ने ऐसे हाथ जोड़ के चुपचाप रहे। मतलब कैसे सहनशीलता! हमारे जैसा होता तो हम बताते महाराज आप गुरुवर्ग है, आपका सम्मान करना हमारा कर्तव्य है। देखो फलाने सुध गोस्वामी जी थे, वो बलराम जी के लिए नहीं खड़े, उनको बलराम जी ने गर्दन काट दी। गुरुजी ने कुछ अपनी सफाई में नहीं बोला, सिर्फ हाथ जोड़े रहे। और पूरी गोस्वामी महाराज जी अंदर मठ में गए, ठाकुर जी को प्रणाम किया, प्रणाम करके ऊपर कमरे में चले। गुरु जी दोबारा प्यास आसन में बैठकर कथा करने लगे। बताओ हम होते तो पेट में गुड़ गुड़ करता रहते, सफाई पेश करेगी, हम क्यों आए बाहर।
So Sripad Bhaktivinoda Bodhayan Goswami Maharaj Ji was explaining an incident on the appearance day of Srila Gurudev, that it so happened that Sripad Bodhayan Maharaj Ji, he brought Nitila Prishtam Vishnu Padashtotar Shri Srimad Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj Ji in the car to the mutt. And Guru Maharaj was giving lecture at that time. When Guru Maharaj, when he was on the Vyasasana, he heard that there is some disturbance. There are so many people gathering outside the mutt, and he got to know that Sripad Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj Ji has come. Guru Maharaj left his asan. He went there, paid prostrated obeisances to Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj Ji. And Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj Ji told, "Oh, why are you doing this? You were on the Vyasasana, you were giving Hari Katha. Why you are coming and paying obeisances?" Guru Maharaj just kept quiet, and he was just with the folded hands standing there, did not give any answer, any explanation that this is the Vaishnav etiquette, or Balram Ji had chopped off the head of one of the speaker who did not paid obeisances to him when he was giving when he arrived there. Balramji arrived there, so, Rom Harshan actually. So Guru Maharaj did not give any explanation. So Maharaj is saying that if we would have been there in place of Gurudev, we would be like trying to show our knowledge that, oh, because of this etiquette and all, no, Gurudev did not do anything. He just folded hands and just stood there quietly.
ऐसे परम गुरु महाराज जी के जाने के बाद 1979 में परम गुरु जी गए, हमारे गुरु महाराज जी आचार्य बने। तो उसके बाद जो पहली ब्रजमंडल परिक्रमा हुई 1981 में, तो परिक्रमा में प्रभुपाद के एक शिष्य पूज्यपाद भक्ति विकास ऋषिकेश महाराज जी आए। तो ऋषिकेश महाराज जी वो बढ़िया कीर्तन करते, बढ़िया कथा करते, तो सुबह से रात तक कीर्तन भी वो करते हैं। वो जो बीच बीच में जो प्रथम याम द्वितीय याम की लीला सुने, तो वो लीला भी वो सुनाते हैं। सुबह की कथा भी वो करते हैं, रात को भागवत पाठ वो भी करते हैं। एक भी दिन वो माइक, एक भी टाइम माइक गुरुजी को नहीं देते। गुरुजी चुपचाप कीर्तन लेके बैठे थे। पूरा महीना उन्होंने कीर्तन भी किया, लीलाएं भी बोली, और भागवत कथा जो होती है हमारे यहाँ गजेंद्र बख्श, वो भी करते रहे। गुरुजी की कैसी सहनशीलता, पूरा महीना गुरुजी बैठे रहे। गुरुजी ने ये नहीं बोला, भाई हमारे मठ की परिक्रमा चल रही है, मैं आचार्य हूँ, मैं ऑर्गेनाइजर हूँ, मुझे माइक तो दो, तुम भी सारा कुछ बोलोगे, मेरे को माइक नहीं दोगे। कैसी सहनशीलता। गुरु महाराज जी चुपचाप पूरा महीना कथा सुनते रहे, और मतलब ऐसे परेशान होकर नहीं, बड़े आनंद के साथ कि गुरुवर्ग बोल रहे, मैं सुन रहा हूँ। कैसी सहनशीलता हमारे गुरु जी।
So it so happened that after Param Gurudev left and Guru Maharaj had become Acharya, and it so happened that there was a Brajmandal Parikrama, and in the Brajmandal Parikrama, Sripad Bhakti Vikas Rishikesh Goswami Maharaj Ji, he came there, and he was doing Hari Katha, Kirtan all the time. He used to sing very nicely, and all the 30 days he was speaking when the Brajmandal Parikrama was happening during that period, and did not even give the mic to Srila Gurudev, but Gurudev did not show any tinge of what do you say, anxiety that this is our mutt, and this, I am Acharya, and this is our parikrama going on, and he should be getting some opportunity to speak or sing. Rather, Guru Maharaj was so happy and very blissful listening to Sripad Rishikesh Maharaj and listening to his Hari Katha. So this is how Guru Maharaj was so much respectful and tolerant, even in front of everyone when such incidents happens. So this is one of the quality of Guru Maharaj, being respectful to his seniors.
अमानिना में देखे तो गुरु महाराज जी जब हरिनाम दिया करते थे, और हरिनाम के जितने भी भक्त लोग हरिनाम लेने के लिए बैठते थे, तो गुरु महाराज जी क्या करते थे, पहले कोई आधा पौन घंटा परम गुरु जी की पूजा करते थे। हर एक हरिनाम देने से पहले परम गुरु जी पूजा करेंगे, फिर वहां पर परम गुरु जी के पूजा के सामने गुरु जी बैठेंगे, और जितने भी हरिनाम वाले सब उनको जो भी इंस्ट्रक्शन देने, ऐसे तिलक लगाना, वो सारा बताएंगे। लेकिन एक बात वो बोलते थे, देखो मैं गुरु नहीं हूँ, मेरे को तो गुरुजी आदेश करके क्या तुम हरि नाम दीक्षा दो, ऐसे तो अगर मैं गुरुजी का आदेश पालन नहीं करूंगा तो मेरा तो अपराध हो जाएगा। तो मेरा गुरु जी के चरणों में अपराध ना हो, इसलिए मैं ये हरिनाम दीक्षा देता हूँ, लेकिन मैं गुरु नहीं हूँ। फिर अपने गुरु जी की तरफ इशारा करके बोलते, ये तुम्हारे गुरु जी हैं, इनके तुमने शरणागत होना है, इनके अनुगत्य में भजन करना है। मतलब शुरू में नहीं, लास्ट तक गुरु जी यही बोलते रहे। मतलब कैसा अमानिना गुण भरा हुआ है।
So Guru Maharaj, one of the quality is that he never accepted any respect, even being an acharya. When he was initiating disciples, he used to tell all his disciples that I am not your guru. Actually, my Gurudev gave me this service to give Harinam, but I am not giving Harinam. This is my Gurudev only giving Harinam, and I am not your guru. He is your guru. So you should pay obeisances to my Gurudev's Alek. So Param Guru Maharaj portrait Alek was always there, and he used to say you pay obeisances. So Guru Maharaj, from the start until the end, when he was initiating, every single time, he used to tell all his disciples that I am not your guru. My Gurudev has given this service to me, so that is why I am doing it. Otherwise, I am not your guru. Guru is. So this is how Guru Maharaj was so much not expecting any respect for himself all his life.
अभी जब गुरु महाराज जी ने अस्वस्थ लीला करनी शुरू करी, उससे पहले कि अगर हम गुरु जी का देखें लीलाओं को, गुरु महाराज जी स्लीपर क्लास में हम सबके साथ प्रचार में घूमते थे। ये नहीं बोलते थे मैं आचार्य हूँ, मुझे अलग एसी क्लास में जाना है कि अलग से रहना है सेवकों के साथ। गुरु महाराज जी हमारे साथ ही जाते थे। यहाँ तक कि जब कलकत्ता से चागदा जाना होता था, या असम में ग्वालपाड़ा से स्पेशली जब गुवाहाटी आना होता था प्रचार पार्टी के साथ, तो गुरु महाराज जी लोकल ट्रेन में भाग भाग के चढ़ते, सारे के सारे, कोई रिजर्वेशन नहीं, भाग भाग के चढ़ के उसमें जाते थे। कोई मतलब मेरा कुछ सम्मान है या मैं कोई आचार्य हूँ, कोई सम्मान नहीं। लोकल ट्रेन में जाना, रिक्शे में जाना, ऑटो में जाना, प्रचार पार्टी के साथ स्लीपर क्लास में जाना, ये गुरु जी का अमानिना गुण भरा हुआ था।
So Guru Maharaj, again, Maharaj is explaining that he used to travel with the Prachar party, like the preaching party, but he never demanded a separate room. He never demanded for a special class of train coach. He was always in the sleeper class. He was always, even if we had to go from Calcutta to Delhi, or we wanted to go from Gwalpada to Guwahati, he was entering the trains like other ordinary people, like everyone. No expectation or no such kind of pride that I am Acharya of an institution or anything. No, he was just very simple, living like an ordinary person. So this is how Guru Maharaj was never expecting any respect for himself.
मान दिन में हम देखते थे पूरी गोस्वामी महाराज जी जब ब्रजमंडल परिक्रमा में या नवद्वीप धाम परिक्रमा में चलते तो बहुत वृद्ध थे, किसी ब्रह्मचारी का कंधे में सहारा लेकर वो चलते थे और धीरे धीरे चलते थे। जब वो थक जाते थे बैठ जाते थे। गुरु महाराज जी एज ए आचार्य परिक्रमा पार्टी को लेकर चलते थे, लेकिन एक कदम भी पूरी गोस्वामी महाराज जी के आगे नहीं जाएंगे। वो इतनी रिस्पेक्ट देते थे अपने गुरुवर को। जब पूरी गोसाई महाराज जी नित्य में प्रवेश कर गए तो हमारे पूज्य बात त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी चलने लगे प्रचार पार्टी में। वो त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी को आगे रख के चलते थे, एक कदम भी उनसे, नगर संकीर्तन हो चाहे परिक्रमा, एक कदम भी आगे नहीं जाते थे। ऐसा वो मानदेय गुण था अपने गुरुवर को सम्मान।
So the fourth quality Guru Maharaj is explaining that giving respect to the senior acharyas. So how Guru Maharaj used to do, like when Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj ji, he always used to attend Brajmandal Parikrama or Mayapur Parikrama. He was very old, so he was taking help of some brahmachari to walk. But Guru Maharaj made it very assured that he never put a feet in front of him, like he never crossed him. He was always walking behind Sripad Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj ji. And after Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj ji was not able to come for Parikrama, then Sripad Trivikram Goswami Maharaj ji, he was always in the front. Guru Maharaj used to always walk behind him, never went in front of him. So this is how Guru Maharaj was always giving respect to all the senior acharyas, all his life.
एक बार तो ऐसे भी देखा कि वो पंजाब में एक जगह मानसा, तो वहां पे छत पर प्रोग्राम हो रहा था, किसी मकान की छत पर। तो गुरुजी आए, सब स्वागत में खड़े हुए, कीर्तन चल रहा था। तो त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी का आसन लगाया, उसके बाद गुरुजी का आसन लगाया, फिर वो और महाराज जी लोग का आसन लगाया। तो गुरु महाराज जी वो आसन को खींच रहे थे, अपना आसन खींच रहे थे। जो सेवक है उसने सोचा कि टेढ़ा, इसमें टेढ़ा मेढ़ा होगा, तो उसने सीधा कर दिया। गुरुजी फिर खींचने लगे, फिर उसने सीधा कर दिया, फिर खींचने लगे। तो फिर उसे सेवक ने छोड़ दिया, क्योंकि इतना कीर्तन आवाज आ रही थी, समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कौन क्या बोलेगा। तो गुरुजी ने क्या किया, अपना आसन खींचकर त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी का लगाया। त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी का आसन खींचकर अपने, माने वो जो आसन था, जो जिन्होंने प्रोग्राम रखा था चौटानी साहब, उन्होंने गुरुजी का आसन थोड़ा सा मोटा था, वो कारपेट का था, और त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी का कपड़े का, साधारण कपड़े का था, मतलब इंच का भी फर्क नहीं है। तो गुरुजी उतना भी, गुरुजी ने अपना जो मोटा वाला आसन त्रिविक्रम महाराज जी और पतला वाला आसन अपने लेकर, मतलब ऐसा मान देन गुण भरावान।
So again, giving respect to the seniors. So Guru Maharaj Ji showed this in Mansa, in Punjab. The program happened on the terrace of one devotee, Chautara Ji, and it so happened that when Guru Maharaj Ji went to that place on the terrace, there were chairs and asans were arranged, and Guru Maharaj Ji was trying to pull his asan from where Guru Maharaj's place was meant to be there, and the sevak was again trying to set it back, and he could not understand why Guru Maharaj is trying to pull that asan. So he couldn't understand, and he just moved back, and Guru Maharaj Ji immediately he picked up his asan and exchanged that asan with Sripad Trivikram Goswami Maharaj Ji, because Trivikram Goswami Maharaj's asan was an ordinary one. Guru Maharaj's asan, where he was supposed to sit, it was made like a bit thick one. So Guru Maharaj did not want to keep a difference of an inch also for his seniors. So he wanted his seniors to be higher. So that's why Guru Maharaj, he swiped the asan and he sat on an ordinary asan and made Sripad Trivikram Maharaj Ji to sit on the higher or the thicker asan to give respect to the senior.
एक और बात है जी, चैतन्य महाप्रभु मान देन बोला, जो व्यक्ति दूसरों को सम्मान देगा वो कभी किसी की निंदा नहीं कर सकता। किसी की निंदा करने का मतलब है किसी को स्वयं तो डिसरिस्पेक्ट करना, ये दूसरों की नजरों में उसको गिराना होता है। तो गुरु महाराज जी का मान देन गुण ऐसा था कि पूरी जिंदगी में एक भी उदाहरण नहीं है कि गुरुजी ने कभी किसी के सामने किसी की भी निंदा करी हो। मतलब गुरुजी इतना सबको सम्मान देते, कभी किसी की न निंदा करते थे और न कभी सुनते थे।
So Guru Maharaj, his life has been such that not even a single example is there where someone can say that Guru Maharaj disrespected someone. He always showed respect to each and everyone all his life. Not even a single example can be given that he disrespected anyone in front of anyone. Never. It never happened in his life.
यहाँ तक कि एक बार गुरु महाराज जी ग्वालपाड़ा में अपने कमरे में बैठे थे, तो उनके सेवक ने बोला राम मोहन दा का वाइफ आया। तो गुरु महाराज जी फटाफट उठे, अपने चेयर से बाहर गए जहां पर वो राम मोहन दा का स्त्री, मैंने सबने देखा है बूढ़ी माता जी ऐसे छड़ी के सहारे, लकड़ी के सहारे आ रही है। गुरुजी ने उनको साष्टांग प्रणाम किया। सारे देख के हैरान हो गए, ये बूढ़ी माता जी हैं, ऐसे कपड़े भी ज्यादा अच्छे नहीं है और उसको साष्टांग प्रणाम कर रहे हैं। तब गुरु महाराज जी ने बोला, जब मैं मठ से ज्वाइन किया था, ये मेरे को मठ के बारे में, इनके पति ने मठ के बारे में बहुत कुछ बताया। ये अपने माँ की तरह से मुझको खाना खिलाती थी। गुरु महाराज जी बताए, एक माता जी को भी इतना साष्टांग प्रणाम करके सम्मान।
So Gurudev, he was once in Gwalpada, and he came to know one Mataji was coming, an old Mataji holding a stick, and her clothes were also not so nice. But when Guru Maharaj got to know her name, he came out of his room and Guru Maharaj paid prostrated obeisances to that Mataji, and everyone was shocked to see that Guru Maharaj is paying obeisances to such an old and ordinary lady like this. Why is that? Then Guru Maharaj explained to everyone that when Guru Maharaj got attached to Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math at that time, to Param Gurudev, at that time he was he was accepting prasad from this Mataji, and this Mataji was motherly, and she was feeding prasadam to Srila Gurudev, and that's why Guru Maharaj remembered that when he was even before coming to the mutt, and then that's why he was paying obeisances to Mataji.
इस तरह हम देखते हैं गुरु महाराज जी हजारों हजारों घटनाएं हैं जिससे हम देखते हैं गुरु जी पूरी तरह से तृणादपि सुनीचेन, पूरी तरह से तरुण पूरी तरह से अमानिना मानदेन में है। यानी कि गुरु जी पूरी तरह से महाप्रभु और कीर्तन नृत्य गीत में परफेक्ट है। ऐसे गुरु जी के अगर हम कृपा पात्र बन सके तो हमारे अंदर भी हरिनाम की क्वालिटीज आएंगी और हम हरिनाम के द्वारा अपना भी कल्याण कर सकते हैं, दूसरा भी कल्याण कर सकते हैं।
So Guru Maharaj, he is embodiment of the third verse of Mahaprabhu. All Trinadapi Sunichain Taruropi Saishnu Namani Namanden Kirtaniya Sadari. All the qualities are there in Srila Gurudev. And if we have got the chance of being surrendered to such Gurudev, then all such qualities will come to us. If we surrender ourselves to Gurudev, we will also get the qualities, and we can also actually do Harinam, and we can liberate ourselves and others as well.
मैं थोड़ा लेट हो गया इसलिए मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ। ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हमारे दामोदर प्रभु जी और दीप प्रभु जी और जितने भी यहाँ पर महात्मा और भक्त लोग बैठे सभी को मेरा प्रणाम।
Dandat Pranam Maharaj Ji. Hare Krishna. Thanks for sharing such nice pastimes of Srila Gurudev in a very nice manner. And Dandat Pranam Maharaj Ji. Hare Krishna. So we would like to request Shripad Bhakti Sambandh Sadhu Maharaj Ji to please switch on your audio and video.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj Ji. Yes, Maharaj Ji, we are able to see you and we are able to hear you as well.
तो शुरू करें? मैं तो मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा क्या हो रहा है।
हाँ जी महाराज जी।
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयन्ति यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरु दीनतारिणं। श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। भूमिस्खलित पादनं भूमिरेव अवलम्बन तयि अपराध तमयि शरणं प्रभु तमयि शरणं प्रभु। শ্রীলা গুরুদেবের মহিমা গুণমহিমা কীর্তন করার মতো আমার विद्या बुद्धि और माने भंडारे কিছুই নাই। और सॉरी हिंदी ते बोलबो ना।
नहीं महाराज जी, आप बंगाली बोल सकते हैं। सुंदर गोपाल प्रभु जी कैन ट्रांसलेट।
ना नहीं हिंदी बोल रहे हैं।
ठीक है महाराज जी।
गुरु जी की महिमा, गुण महिमा कीर्तन करने का इतना साहस तो मेरा है ही नहीं, और मेरा ज्ञान बुद्धि और मेरा भंडार में भी कुछ है ही नहीं। ये प्रतिशत सत्य है। फिर भी गुरु जी की कृपा से ही ऐसी महान दिव्य पुरुष की दिव्य गुणावली की कीर्तन करने का दुस्साहस मैं दिखा नहीं सकता, क्योंकि मेरे जैसा काम की द्वारा चालित व्यक्ति उस दिव्य गुणावली की कीर्तन कर नहीं सकता। क्योंकि वो दर्शन हुआ ही नहीं। तो मैं सबसे पहले तो मोबाइल के सामने बोलना मुझे पहली बार बोल रहा हूँ, और मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा, मतलब ऐसी आदत भी नहीं है, और ये बोलना मेरे लिए बहुत कठिन भी हो रहा है। फिर भी गुरुजी की जो शास्त्रों में बताया, जो आचार्यों की कैसी गुण होना चाहिए, तो गुरुजी की अंदर जो ऐसी गुण मुझे जो अनुभव हुआ, उतना मैं बोल सकता हूँ। तो शास्त्र में बताया, एक आचार्य अदोषदर्शी होना चाहिए। किसी का दोष दर्शन ही नहीं करता।
So Maharaj ji is telling that Gurudev's Mahima Kirtan, I am actually not eligible to do that, because I have nothing in my heart and mind, that I have not had such darshan of Gurudev. So it is 100% true that I cannot sing his glories, because with the lustful mind that I have, it is not possible to have such kind of darshan. But I will try to whatever, with Gurudev's mercy I could see. So in the Shastras it has been mentioned that what are the qualities of Acharya. So one of the qualities mentioned is that a Guru never sees defect in anyone. So he should be Adoshadarshi. हाँ जी महाराज जी, आप आगे बोल सकते हैं।
इस प्रकार बोलने से मुझे तकलीफ, मतलब थोड़ा कष्ट होगा, फिर भी मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूँ। हाँ, मुझे तो एक शुरू करने से बोलने का आदत है।
ठीक है महाराज जी, आप पूरा बोल लीजिए, फिर मैं बाद में बोल दूंगा।
अच्छा। तो किसी का दोष देखना ऐसे शास्त्रों में भी बताया, जो किसी का दोष और गुण कुछ भी नहीं देखना चाहिए, सिर्फ गुण ही देखना चाहिए। और गुरु जी के अंदर पूरा भरा हुआ है। गुरु जी कभी किसी का दोष देखा ही नहीं है। अगर किसी ने किसी की दोष को लेकर गुरु जी से कुछ बोलते हैं, वो ये दोष ही है, वो ये गलत कर रहे हैं, तो गुरु जी उनकी दोष को कभी उसको ये नहीं बोलता, नहीं वो गलत कर रहे हैं। ये समझाने का प्रयास किया गुरु जी ने, जो वो कर रहे हैं शायद उनमें समझने में कुछ गलती हो रहा है। दुनिया में सबके अंदर सब गुण होता नहीं है, इसलिए वो समझने में कुछ गलती किया होगा। उसको लेके ज्यादा ना करके उसको मानने से ही ठीक है। क्योंकि दोष देखना नहीं चाहिए। दूसरी गुरुजी की गुण था बालवत स्वभाव। उन्होंने हमेशा ये एक बालक जिस प्रकार इस दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है कुछ भी नहीं जानता, ये जो जिस ख्याल में रहता है उसी ख्याल में डूबे रहते हैं। गुरुजी की स्वभाव पूरी तरह से ऐसी है। जब भी गुरुजी इस दुनिया में इतने सालों की अभिज्ञता लेके बैठे हैं, अगर कोई गुरुजी को कुछ इस टाइप का प्रश्न करते हैं तो गुरुजी अपनी अभिज्ञता से, उन्होंने इतनी साल में जो उन्होंने देखा, इस संसार की अभिज्ञता, गुरु वर्ग की अभिज्ञता, और इस संसार में रहते रहते जो उन्होंने अभिज्ञता अर्जन किया, इस संसार को देखा, इस ज्ञान के द्वारा कभी उन्होंने किसी प्रश्न का जवाब दिया नहीं। उन्होंने हमेशा ही अपने गुरुजी से जो शिक्षा प्राप्त हुआ उसी का जवाब देते थे। जो हमने तो अपने गुरुजी से यही सुना, उन्होंने कभी एक किसी को भी अपने इतने जो सालों का जो अभिज्ञता है, जिन्होंने लगभग 50 साल सन्यासी जीवन यापन किया, इतने साल मठवासी की जापन दिया, और उनको जो अभिज्ञता प्राप्त हुआ, उस अभिज्ञता से किसी को कुछ प्रश्न का जवाब दिया नहीं। उन्होंने हमेशा ही अपने गुरुजी की शिक्षा को ही आगे बताया। जिसने प्रश्न किया, जो हमारी गुरुजी और हमारी गुरु वर्ग लोग इस प्रकार इस प्रश्न का उत्तर दिया करते थे, हम तो यहीं तक ही जानते हैं। यही है गुरुजी की गुरुगत प्राण। गुरु छोड़कर इस दुनिया में गुरुजी और कुछ लगता है कुछ देखा ही नहीं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जैसे हमने पूज्यपाद विष्णु महाराज जी से सुना, एक बूढ़ी माता को भी उन्होंने कितने सम्मान दिया। मतलब उन्होंने सबको ही गुरु दृष्टि से ही देखा। शिष्य के साथ भी उसी प्रकार से व्यवहार किया। उनकी सामाजिक जीवन भी उसी प्रकार है, आध्यात्मिक जीवन तो है ही। सबको सम्मान के साथ, मतलब सबके अंदर गुरु दर्शन, लघु दर्शन उन्होंने कभी किया ही नहीं। क्योंकि संपूर्ण रूप से गुरु की आदर्श और गुरु अनुगत जीवन ही उनकी जीवन बन गया था, इसलिए उन्होंने गुरु दर्शन सुर के लघु दर्शन किया ही नहीं। और दूसरी है क्षमावान, इतने क्षमावान। शास्त्र कहते हैं इस संसार में किसी से क्रोध करना, किसी को प्रहार करना, किसी को गाली देना बहुत आसान है, लेकिन क्षमा करना बहुत ही कठिन है। इस संसार में अगर कुछ बड़ा काम है करने का, जो आदमी से होता नहीं है, बहुत मुश्किल से करता है, वो काम है किसी को क्षमा करना। क्योंकि क्षमा वही व्यक्ति कर सकता है जिन्होंने अपना लघुत्व अनुभव है, जिन्होंने हमेशा ही लघु भाव से इस संसार को देखा, लघु भाव से इस समाज में रहे, उन्हीं इस संसार को क्षमा कर सकता है, व्यक्ति को क्षमा कर सकता है। तो गुरुजी इसलिए सबको क्षमा किया, सबको क्षमा कर पाया, क्योंकि उनके अंदर गुरु भाव है ही नहीं। जितना भी अपराधी हो, जैसी भी हो, अपराधी तो दूर की बात, जितने भी पापिष्ट हो, तब भी गुरुजी उनको आश्रित किया, उनको क्षमा किया, उनको उपदेश दिया, प्रेम भालोबासा सबके प्रति दिया, ये है क्षमावान। गुरु जी के अंदर जो मुझे अनुभव हुआ। और शिष्य वात्सल्य, इतने शिष्य वात्सल्य है, इतने शिष्य वात्सल्य है, जिसके कारण हमारी कोई गुरु भाई इस दुनिया की ऐहिक सुख परित्याग करके आत्मीय सज्जन सबको भूल के सिर्फ गुरु और भगवान की सेवा, वैष्णव सेवा के लिए खुद को समर्पित किया। इसका ये देख के लगता है कितने वात्सल्य दिया होंगे गुरुजी ने इन लोगों को, जिन्होंने अपना जीवन ही संपूर्ण रूप से उस गुरु एवं उन गुरु की आदर्श की प्रचार, आदर्श की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए अपने जीवन ही समर्पित कर दिया। ये मानव जीवन का एक विशेष लक्षण होता है। ये बिना कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता, तो कुछ ज्यादा लाभ की आशाई लोग कुछ निकृष्ट वस्तु को छोड़ सकता है। गीता में भी भगवान ने बताया, रसवर्जन रसोपश्य परम दृष्ट निवर्तति। निकृष्ट रस को त्याग करने के लिए जिस प्रकार उत्कृष्ट रस आस्वादन करा अत्यंत तो जरूरी है, जब तक व्यक्ति उत्कृष्ट रस की आस्वादन नहीं कर पाते हैं, तब तक निकृष्ट रस और निकृष्ट जो हमारी अंदर है वो त्याग नहीं कर पाते हैं। उसी प्रकार हमारी जो महान गुरु भाई लोग हैं, जिन लोगों ने गुरु जी की उस उत्कृष्ट वाणी, उत्कृष्ट चरित्र को आत्मसात करने के लिए जीवन की ऐहिक सुख सब कुछ परित्याग करके गुरु जी की चरण में समर्पित हुआ, उसके ही प्रमाण है गुरु जी परम शिष्य वात्सल्य है। तो एक्चुअली मुझे ऐसी बोलने बहुत कष्ट हो रहा है। जो मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ वो भी भूल जाता हूँ, मैं तो भूल गया। इस प्रकार मैं कभी बोला नहीं। तो जो भी लोग मेरे ये बात सुन रहे हैं, अगर किसी को समझने में मेरी बात असुविधा हुआ, उसके लिए मैं क्षमा प्रार्थना करता हूँ। और इससे ज्यादा मैं कुछ बोल नहीं पाता, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसी बोलने में का कभी आदत नहीं है। और कैसी होता है ये पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूँ, जूम में ऐसी भी होता है। तो जो भी है, गुरुजी हमें कृपा करे, इस कोरोना काल में सबको स्वस्थ रखे और सबको भजन कुशल रखे, यही प्रार्थना है सबकी। गुरुजी की श्री चरण में तभी मुझे कृपा करे और क्षमा करे। वंचा कल्पतरुभ्यश्च।
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaji. So I'll try to interpret that in English. So Maharaji is saying that Guru Mahima is the kirtan that I cannot do. I don't have anything in my heart and mind I have understood. So it is only by His mercy I can try to tell something. Otherwise, I am full of lust, and so I have not had such darshan of Gurudev. So it's difficult for me. But in Shastras, it is mentioned that Guru or Acharya has a quality that he's adosh darshi, he never sees defect in anyone. So so we should not see dosh in anyone. So this is what we have seen in Gurudev, that he never saw any defect in anyone. Dosh means defect. He never saw any defect in anyone. If anyone went to Gurudev and tried to show defect in anyone else, but Gurudev tried to explain to that same person that might be you have interpreted it wrongly, or you have understood it wrongly, or might be that person has not understood properly. So and there is no one in this world who has all the qualities. So that is why you should not try to see defects in others. So this is how Guru Maharaj was. And another quality of Gurudev is Balavat Swabhav, that is like a childlike nature. So, like a child does not know what is happening around in the world. He's always in his own world. So Guru Maharaj was like that. So he was always, although he was staying in this world, he had so much of vast knowledge. He knew everything. He was an acharya. He knew so many things. He lived as a sannyasi for more than 50 years. He sorry as in the mutt for 70 years. He had so much of experience, so much of knowledge, but he never answered anything from his knowledge or his experience. He was always repeating what he heard from his Gurudev or his Guru Varg. Like Sripad Vishnu Maharaj Ji was saying that that Mataji who served Gurudev many years back when he was brahmachari, Guru Maharaj went and paid obeisances to that Mataji also, because Guru Maharaj was not able to see anything lower than Guru in anyone. He was able to see everyone as Guru, everyone as higher. So Guru darshan is never a lagu. Lagu means a small darshan. It is or a finite darshan. It is an infinite. It is a higher darshan. So this is what is the quality anyone can have when when that person sees himself as smaller and sees everyone as higher. So this is why Guru Maharaj never saw anything bad in anyone. He always saw that everyone is higher than him and everyone is Guru for him. So he was doing Guru Darshan everywhere. And next quality is Kshamavan. That is like he's forgiving everyone. So in this world, it is easy actually to speak abusive words and and fight with anyone, but it is very difficult to forgive. So the person in this world who can forgive is only Gurudev, because he sees himself as smaller and he sees everyone as higher. So this is what Guru Maharaj was like. How much of whatever anyone has done, anything, even if a person is so much aparadhi, he was or offensive, Guru Maharaj was able to forgive and give love to everyone. His nature was forgiving nature. That is what Maharaj is saying that he saw in Gurudev. And then he saw Shishya Vatsalya, that is giving love to his disciples. So Maharaj is saying that because Guru Maharaj was giving so much love to all his disciples, that is why there are so many disciples of Gurudev that they were able to leave their material life, material things, and just to preach what Guru Maharaj has come to give us. They have given their life totally for Gurudev. So otherwise in this world, there is a it's a human tendency that until we get a higher taste, we cannot give up the lower taste. So how Guru Maharaj was able to make so many of his disciples, Maharaj is saying, my God brothers, that they could leave the material life and surrender to Gurudev totally, because it was Guru Maharaj's love. So Guru Maharaj's love is something higher they are able to get, and mercy, Gurudev's mercy, which is higher than the material world happiness, that they are able to leave and they are able to come to Guru Maharaj's, surrender to Guru Maharaj's lotus feet forever in their lifetime. So Maharaj is saying that I'm not used to speak like this on the mobile, so he would not like to continue, but this is what Maharaj told last, and he said that I pray to Gurudev that the situation which is going on in this world of COVID, may Gurudev save all of us, and he keeps us at his lotus feet. Thank you, Maharaji, for such nice sharing and explaining us Guru Maharaj's qualities in such a wonderful way. So now we would like to request our Nandulal Prabhuji, yes, to please switch on his mic. Yeah, sorry, we have Radhakant Prabhuji also. Before that, I saw Maharaj got disconnected, so that's why I took Nandulal Prabhuji's name. I'm sorry, Nandulal Prabhuji. So we have Radhakant Prabhuji, who has been serving Srila Gurudev for many years, and we would like to request Radhakant Prabhuji to please speak. Hare Krishna.
हरे कृष्ण प्रभु जी।
हाँ जी महाराज जी।
एक्चुअली राधाकांत तो पता नहीं किसी काम पे चले गए, वो बैठे थे इधर ही।
Oh, okay. Okay, Maharaji, no problem. So actually, seems Radhakant Prabhuji is quite shy to might be, or he has some service, so that's why he has gone. So yeah, sorry Prabhuji, sorry Maharaji. So we request our Nandulal Prabhuji to please switch on his mic and video.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Prabhuji, please start your video as well.
Okay. Radhakant Prabhu ne bole?
No, Prabhuji, Radhakant Prabhuji has gone for some other service, so.
अच्छा. एक मिनट. I'm just using the extra monitor. लैपटॉप पे चला जाता हूँ. Video on.
Yes, Prabhuji, we are able to see you and we are able to hear you as well.
ओम ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यः च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः. दामोदर प्रभु, मैं हिंदी में ही बोलता हूँ. अब बाद में जैसे साधु महाराज जी का किया वैसे पूरा ट्रांसलेट कर
Okay, Prabhuji.
मैं इस सभा में जब बैठा हूँ तो मुझे श्रील तुर्याश्रमी महाराज की एक बोली हुई बात याद आती है. तुर्याश्रमी महाराज ने एक बार अपना एक इंसिडेंट शेयर किया था. बोल रहे थे वहाँ पे हरिद्वार में थे महाराज जी. वो समय परम गुरु जी के साथ में प्रचार में गए हुए थे तुर्याश्रमी महाराज, और वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी सभा का आयोजन किया गया था. तो उस सभा में बहुत जो है जितने भी मतलब लोग वहाँ पे मंच पे बैठे हुए थे, सभी लोग सन्यासी और काफी सारे जो है प्रभुपाद के शिष्य थे. उसमें परम गुरु जी, मतलब बहुत बड़ा स्टेज बनाया हुआ था और परम गुरु जी को कुछ वस्तु देने के लिए स्टेज पे जाना था. तो तुर्याश्रमी महाराज को बोला गया कि आप जो है वहाँ पे जा करके ये वस्तु दे आइए. तो तुर्याश्रमी महाराज जब वो वस्तु देने के लिए गए वहाँ पे, तब उनको वहाँ पे ही बिठा दिया. मतलब कथा शुरू हो गई. वो समय कीर्तन पूरा होकर के कथा शुरू हो गई. तो परम गुरु जी ने इशारा करके महाराज को वहाँ पे ही उनके पास में बिठा दिया कि अभी मतलब नीचे जाने से डिस्टर्बेंस होगा. तो महाराज वहाँ पे बैठे, और वो समय महाराज जो है सफेद कपड़े में थे. भगवान दास उनका नाम था. तो वहाँ पे सभी सन्यासियों के बीच में महाराज अकेले सफेद कपड़े में बैठे हुए थे. तो जब सभा पूरी हुई तो महाराज जब नीचे आए तब केशव प्रभु प्रभुपाद के शिष्य थे, उन्होंने बोला कि पूरी सभा जो है बहुत शोभायमान हो रही थी. जो है वहाँ पे बैठे हुए सभी लोग जो है सभा का जो एक सौंदर्य है उसको बढ़ा रहे थे, लेकिन पूरे ऐसा लग रहा था कि पूरे हंसों की सभा में एक बक वहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है. बक मतलब बगुला. एक बगुला वहाँ पे जो है बैठा हुआ है. ऐसा करके वहाँ पे श्रील केशव प्रभु ने बताया। तो आज की सभा देख करके मुझे महाराज की वो बात याद आई कि सभी सन्यासियों के बीच में एक जो है बकुला, सभी लोग इस सभा की शोभा है और उसमें एक तो शिला गुरुदेव के तिरोभाव उत्सव में की गई इस सभा में मैं जो गुरुदेव को कुछ जो पुष्पांजलि, वाक्य पुष्पांजलि देने के लिए मैंने जो विचार किया था, उसमें एक वस्तु मुझे याद आती है जो पिछले साल जब रामनवमी की जो यहाँ पे मायापुर मठ में सभा हुई थी, उसमें शिला हमारे परम गुरु जी के एक शिष्य है भक्ति रंजन याचक महाराज, उन्होंने इस बात को बोला था कि हम कोई भी वस्तु इसमें बोलते हैं जो जब हमको वाक्य पुष्पांजलि या तो किसी की महिमा गान में कुछ करने के लिए बोलते हैं, तो वो शब्द जिस व्यक्ति के लिए बोलते हैं उनको स्पर्श करते हैं। महाराज ने इस प्रकार का शब्द यूज किया था। तो अगर उस शब्द में उनकी प्रसन्नता विधान अगर ये उद्देश्य है तो उनकी कृपा अवश्य ही जो है आती है। मैं कुछ महीनों से जो है परम गुरु जी का जीवन चरित्र पढ़ रहा हूँ। गुरु जी के द्वारा जो लिखा गया, गुरु जी ने ओरिजिनली उसको बांग्ला में लिखा, माधव गोस्वामी महाराज, उसको मैं कुछ दिनों से जो पढ़ रहा हूँ। तो वो इट्स लाइक अ जर्नी एक्चुअली, परम गुरु जी के साथ में जैसे मतलब एक ब्लिसफुल जर्नी, जैसे उनके साथ साथ में जहाँ जहाँ परम गुरु जी प्रचार करने के लिए जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे हम साथ में जा रहे हैं, वैसा एक बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है परम गुरु जी का जीवन चरित्र पढ़ के। परम गुरु जी ने कहाँ कहाँ पे किस प्रकार की शिक्षा दी, वो भी जो है उसमें गुरु जी ने पूरा डिटेल में, बहुत डिटेल में, मतलब कहाँ पे कौन से जो है उत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में कौन मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आए, कौन सभापति के रूप में आए, बहुत डिटेल में गुरुजी ने मतलब लिखा हुआ है। ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे हम मतलब उसके साथ साथ में वहाँ पे सब कुछ देख रहे हैं, उस प्रकार का। तो मैं इसलिए उसका जो है बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि उसमें और गुरुजी की कथा में जो है बहुत बार सुना, गुरुजी बोलते हैं कि मेरे गुरुदेव का चरित्र वैसा है कि उसमें कोई जोर जबरदस्ती करके भी एक त्रुटि भी कोई नहीं निकाल सकता है। तो कितना भी प्रयास कर ले व्यक्ति, उनका चरित्र में कोई एक त्रुटि भी जो है नहीं निकाल सकता है। और यही बात जो है हमारे शिला गुरुदेव के लिए जो है लागू होती है। हमारे प्रभुपाद के शिष्य श्रील भक्ति शरण त्रिविक्रम गोस्वामी महाराज का इसमें एक ऑडियो रामनवमी 2004 में उन्होंने गुरुजी के विषय में कुछ जो बोला था, उसमें उन्होंने गुरुजी के लिए एक वाक्य जो है बोला। श्रील त्रिविक्रम गोस्वामी महाराज बोलते हैं, जैसा गुरु वैसा ही शिष्य। मतलब एक प्रभुपाद के शिष्यों के द्वारा इस प्रकार बोला जाना, मतलब परम गुरु जी के जीवन में जैसे कोई उनका चरित्र में एक त्रुटि कोई नहीं निकाल सकता है, वैसे श्री त्रिविक्रम गोस्वामी महाराज बोलते हैं जैसे गुरु वैसा ही शिष्य। मतलब हमारे गुरु जी के जीवन में भी, उनके चरित्र में भी कोई जितना भी प्रयास कर ले जो है कोई एक त्रुटि भी नहीं निकाल सकता है। श्रीमद् भागवतम का एक प्रसंग मुझे याद आता है। हमारे सभी जो है हम लोगों ने सुना, श्रील भक्ति रक्षक श्रीधर देव गोस्वामी महाराज, श्रील भक्ति कुमुद संत गोस्वामी महाराज, श्रील भक्ति प्रमोद पुरी गोस्वामी महाराज, भक्ति शरण त्रिविक्रम गोस्वामी महाराज, हमारे परम गुरु जी स्वयं जो है इस बात को बोल करके गए कि हमारे गुरु जी जो है आचार्य है, और मतलब बनाए हुए आचार्य नहीं, वो जो है हमेशा के लिए जो आचार्य है, जो मतलब बचपन से ही जो आचार्य हैं उस प्रकार। तो इससे मुझे श्रीमद् भागवतम का एक जो है नरेशन हम लोग बीच में जो सुन रहे थे वो याद आता है कि जब ऋषभ देव जो भगवान के अंशावतार है, अंश के अंश कला अवतार है ऋषभ देव, वो जब अपना उन्होंने मतलब वो एक राजा थे, जो एक राजा के रूप में जब वो लीला समाप्त करके जब एक परमहंस लीला करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, तब उनके उनके 100 पुत्र थे। उसमें सबसे बड़े पुत्र है भरत, राजा भरत, जो बाद में जो जड़ भरत हुए, वही भरत जी ऋषभ देव के पुत्र हैं। तो जब ऋषभ देव जा रहे हैं अपना राज्य अपने पुत्रों को सौंप करके जब परमहंस लीला करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, तब अपने जो 99 पुत्र हैं उनको जो है ऋषभ देव कहते हैं कि तुम्हारा भाई भरत जो है महाभागवत है, एक आचार्य है, उसकी बात को मान करके चलना, उसके अनुगत्य में चलना। वैसे ही प्रभुपाद के जो है जो निज जन हमारे जो है गुरुवर्ग, गुरु परम गुरुदेव हम लोगों को इस प्रकार शिक्षा दे रहे हैं कि हमारे गुरुदेव महाभागवत है, उनकी बात को मान करके चलना, उनकी शिक्षा को जो है लेकर के चलना। जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने सभी जो पूज्य सन्यासी है उन लोगों से सुना, सभी लोगों ने गुरुजी के उस चरित्र को गान किया जिसमें मतलब जो महाभागवत लीला है वो हम लोग अपने कानों के द्वारा इसको देख सकते हैं। श्रीला भागवत महाराज जो उनकी एक 7 मिनट की ऑडियो हम लोगों ने बीच में सुनी, तो उसमें उन्होंने कम से कम 4 से 5 बार हमारे गुरुजी के लिए महाभागवत शब्द यूज किया कि आपका गुरुजी कोई साधारण नहीं, महाभागवत है। और वैसे गुरु मिल गए हैं तब और कोई उद्देश्य नहीं है, एकमात्र जो है भजन ही करो, भजन ही मतलब अंत में महाराज बोलते हैं कि वैसे गुरु मिले हैं तो इतना सौभाग्य है, तो जो है उद्देश्य अभी जीवन का जो है भजन करके भजन रख करके हरिनाम करते रहो। हमारा उस प्रकार से बहुत बड़ा भाग्य है कि परम गुरुदेव और गुरुदेव उस प्रकार का चरित्र के साथ में संपर्क में आने का हम लोगों को अवसर मिला, जिसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई भी जो है कितना भी हम सोचे, कोई और व्यक्ति सोचे, कोई उसमें जो है उनके किसी भी आचरण को, किसी को सम्मान करना है, किसी को जो है प्रीति करनी है, किसी की सेवा करनी है, सभी प्रकार में एक सर्वोत्तम आदर्श जिसको बोलते हैं उस प्रकार का आदर्श प्रदर्शित किया। तो और मैं जो है अपना एक जो गुरुजी के साथ में गुरुजी जब इस जगत इस भौम लीला में जब उस प्रकार की लीला में प्रवेश नहीं किए थे, एक समाधि वाली जो लीला है उसमें प्रवेश नहीं किए थे, 2013 में गुरुजी के पास में हम लोग गए थे। उस ट्रिप में गुरुजी ने कुछ 1-2 जो शिक्षा दी थी और गुरुजी के साथ में जो बातें हुई थी उसको मैं स्मरण करता हूँ। 2013 में गुरुजी के साथ में, गुरुजी के पास में हम लोग जो कलकत्ता मठ में गए थे, वो लास्ट ट्रिप थी जहाँ पे गुरुजी को हम लोगों ने बात करते हुए सुना। अगस्त महीने में हम लोग 1 सप्ताह के लिए गए थे गुरुजी के पास में, तो उसमें मैंने कुछ नोट करके रखा हुआ था। पिछले हफ्ते गुरुजी के तिरुभाव के दिन जो है उसको मैं जब देख रहा था, तब देखने से मुझे मतलब मेरे वैसे स्मरण में नहीं था कि गुरुजी के पास में क्या लास्ट में कब बात हुई और गुरुजी ने क्या बोला था उसमें। तो वो देखने से जो है जब ये वाला पढ़ा, ये वाली ट्रिप का जब पढ़ा, तब स्मरण हुआ कि ये गुरुजी का उस प्रकार से लास्ट दर्शन था जिसमें गुरुजी से जो है कुछ सुनने का अवसर मिला। तो उसमें मुंबई से कुछ भक्त लोग आए हुए थे और हम लोग गए थे वहाँ पे। तो गुरुजी के पास में जब उनके रूम में मिलने के लिए गए, तब सभी लोग जो है बैठे हुए थे गुरुजी के आजू बाजू में। गुरुजी कुछ अपनी बातें बता रहे थे और बता करके गुरुजी जो है जब गुरुजी मतलब वो बातें बता रहे थे जब वो प्रचार में जो है एक्टिवली जाते थे। और गुरुजी बताते हैं कि एक दिन में 8 हरि कथा जो है करनी पड़ती थी। इस प्रकार कहते कहते गुरुजी अचानक से जो है मेरी ओर से मेरी ओर दिखे और मतलब जस्ट बोले कि आप तो वो समय था तो मतलब मैं क्या बोलूं, मुझे कुछ पता नहीं चला। मैं तो मतलब ऑफकोर्स नहीं था मैं उस समय। तो हमारे परम अद्वैती महाराज उस समय गुरुजी को बोले, मतलब गुरुजी जब मुंबई वगैरह में जाते थे प्रचार में, तब मैंने गुरुजी का प्रथम दर्शन मुंबई में किया था। तो परम अद्वैती महाराज ने बोला कि वो समय वो मुंबई में थे। मैं कहाँ पे था या था भी नहीं वो मालूम नहीं, लेकिन जो है उस प्रकार गुरुजी का जो है मतलब अचानक से ऐसे देख करके उन्होंने इस प्रकार से पूछा था प्रश्न। और उसी जो है उसी दर्शन के समय हमारे मुंबई से एक भक्त आए हुए थे, प्रकाश उनका नाम है। तो उन्होंने जो है गुरुजी से प्रश्न पूछा। मुझे मतलब जब वो पढ़ा तब मुझे याद आया। उन्होंने प्रश्न पूछा गुरुजी से कि क्या गुरुजी आप हम सब लोगों को अपने साथ लेकर के तो जाओगे? इस प्रकार उन्होंने प्रश्न पूछा। तो गुरुजी ने जो है उत्तर में गुरुजी जो है उनकी जो ऑल अट्रैक्टिव स्माइल है, स्माइल गुरुजी ने दी और गुरुजी ने एक शब्द बोला। गुरुजी बोलते हैं, चिंता की बात नहीं है। उतना बोलने के बाद गुरुजी जो है और उसको थोड़ा और समझाने के लिए, थोड़ा और उसमें शिक्षा देने के लिए जो है श्रील भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर जी का एक कीर्तन की 2 लाइनें गुरुजी ने कोट की। संसार संसार करे मिछे गेलो काज, लाभ ना घटील किछु घटील जंजाल। इसमें गुरुजी वहाँ पे बताते हैं कि मतलब हम लोगों की स्थिति वहाँ पे बताते हैं, हम जाना चाहते हैं लेकिन स्थिति क्या है, संसार संसार कर रहे हैं। संसार संसार करे मिछ गेलो काल, संसार संसार करने से हमारा समय ही व्यर्थ हो रहा है। लाभ ना घटील किछु, कुछ लाभ नहीं हुआ, घटील जंजाल, और जंजाल ही बढ़ता गया, जंजाल ही हमारी बढ़ती गई। तो दोनों गुरुजी ने वहाँ पे शिक्षा की थी कि मतलब चिंता करने की बात नहीं है, लेकिन करना क्या है, संसार संसार नहीं करना है, भगवान का भजन करना है। भगवान का भजन अगर हम करेंगे उसमें अवश्य ही जो है गुरुजी अपने साथ हम लोगों को लेकर के जाएंगे। मैं इतना ही जो है आज वाक्य पुष्पांजलि अपना अर्पण करना चाहता हूँ गुरुजी को। हरे कृष्णा, धन्यवाद, प्रणाम।
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. So, Prabhuji was saying that he's remembering that in this Sabha, he's remembering Sripad Turishami Maharaj Ji's one of the incident it happened in Haridwar, that Param Gurudev was there in that Sabha, and it was a very big Sabha that there were so many saints, so many disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur Prabhupada were also present, and there was a very big stage, and Srila Param Gurudev was sitting on the stage, and there was something to be handed over to Srila Param Gurudev on the stage, and Turishami Maharaj Ji at that time, Bhagwan Das, he was in white cloths and he was asked to hand over that thing to Srila Param Gurudev, and he went on the stage and he handed over that thing, but by that time Sabha had already started. So Srila Param Gurudev made him to sit there itself on the stage, so that there will be no disturbance to the Sabha. So it so happened that after the whole Sabha was over, after a few hours, then Sripad Keshav Prabhuji, Krishna Keshav Prabhuji, who was disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur Prabhupada, he gave a comment that it was such a beautiful Sabha of so many Hansas, so many, but there was one duckling sitting there. That was the only thing in the Sabha, that in front of so many Hamsas. So so Prabhuji is being very polite and very humble here, saying that there are so many sannyasis, they are like Hamsas, they are speaking, and I am like a duckling here coming and speaking. So that is Prabhuji's humility he's expressing here. So after this, Prabhuji is saying that Srila Gurudev's Tero Bhav, he will try to remember some things, and for that he's saying that one thing he remembers from Srila Bhakti Ranjan Jachak Maharaj Ji, what he said in during Ram Navami that happened in the mud, and he said that so whatever words or glories someone speaks on such special occasions of Avirbhav, Tirobhav, so those glories, those words, they go to that person and touch him. So if those words are meant to be giving happiness to them, then they give blessings in return to that person who has spoken those words. So Prabhuji is further saying that he's reading Srila Param Gurudev's Charitra written by Srila Gurudev, and he's saying it is like a very blissful darshan. Like Guru Maharaj, the way he has written, it is like very blissful scenes that we can remember, although we were not there, but Gurudev has written in such a way that we can feel that we were present at that time. So Param Gurudev, the preaching, all the preaching programs Param Gurudev was doing, Guru Maharaj was always following him. And Gurudev wrote all the teachings and details, whatever happened, who were the special guests in that, in those preaching programs. Everything Guru Maharaj has written in such a nice way that we can relate everything. So Prabhuji is saying that why is he saying this? So he's saying that Gurudev Gurudev has mentioned that no one can find a single defect in the life of Param Gurudev. So this is Gurudev is mentioning in his in one of the details when Gurudev has written the book. No one can find any details. So Prabhuji is saying that same thing applies to our Gurudev as well. That no one can find a single fault or any defect in our Gurudev as well. So this has been confirmed by Srila Bhakti Sharan Trivikram Maharaj Ji, who is a disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur Prabhupada. In one sentence, he said once that like Guru, like disciple. So he gave this this kind of wordings, this kind of words for our Gurudev, that like no one can find any fault or defect in our Param Gurudev. So same way, no one can find any defect or fault in Gurudev. So after that, Prabhuji is saying that we have heard from like Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj Ji, Sripad Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj Ji, and Sripad Bhakti Kumud Sant Goswami Maharaj Ji, that they had always told that Gurudev is not an acharya who has been made as an acharya. He has been an acharya since his childhood always. So Prabhuji is trying to relate that in Srimad Bhagavatam there is one story of Rishabh Dev, who is Amsha avatar of Lord, and he had 100 sons, and one of his son is Bharatji, who became Jad Bharat later. And Rishabh Dev, before leaving his home and going for his tapasya and doing some higher pastimes, Rishabh Dev told this to all his 99 other sons, that Bharat Maharaj is actually an acharya, and he asked them that you should follow him. Whatever he says, you should follow him. So he's saying, Prabhuji is saying that similarly, our Param Gurudev has explained to us that our Param Guru Varg, actually, they have explained in a similar fashion, like Rishabh Dev explained to all his 99 sons that Bharat Maharaj is an Acharya. So similar way, Param Guru Varg is explaining this to us, that our Gurudev is a great Acharya. He is a Mahabhagwat. And Prabhuji is saying that also he heard 7 minutes audio of Nitilla Prishtam Vishnu Padashtotar Srimad Bhakti Bhushan Bhagavad Goswami Maharaj Ji. In that 7 minutes of audio, 4 to 5 times Sripad Bhagavad Maharaj Ji repeated the same thing, that for Gurudev, that Gurudev is Mahabhagwat. So the word Mahabhagwat, Sripad Bhagavad Maharaj repeated for Gurudev for 4 to 5 times. So he's saying that also, Sripad Bhagavad Maharaj is saying that if you have got such a guru, then your only motive in your life that you should be doing bhajan. That the only motive should be that you should be doing bhajan. So Prabhuji is saying that Maharaj said that we are like, you are so much fortunate that you have come in, you have got his shelter. And the way Gurudev has shown his, he has shown the highest ideal of serving and highest ideal of giving respect to all in this world. So this is what Guru Maharaj has shown by his life, the way he lived. And then Prabhuji is saying another pastime, that it so happened that when Guru Maharaj was not in not doing sick pastimes, Guru Maharaj was fine that time, like he was doing not doing Aswastha Leela at that time. In 2013, Prabhuji is saying that Gurudev gave one teaching in Kolkata Math. That was last time actually Prabhuji has heard Gurudev speaking, giving some teaching in the personal discussion. It was somewhere in August, and Prabhuji had noted it down, what Gurudev had spoken. And during, when he was preparing for speaking for Gurudev's Tirobhav last week, and he had actually forgot, but when he read that writing that he had written in 2013, he remembered that this was the last thing personally he had heard from Srila Gurudev. So the incident is that Prabhuji is saying that he and many other devotees from Mumbai, they came to see Gurudev to have his darshan. And when they entered Gurudev's room, Gurudev was speaking about all the preaching activities of the Math. And Guru Maharaj was saying that in one day he used to give 8 Harikatha. Like there used to be so many programs in a day. There used to be 8 programs. So when Gurudev was speaking like this, then suddenly Gurudev looked at Prabhuji and asked him, "Were you there at that time?" Then Prabhuji said that he had no answer for that because he was actually not there at that time. So he said, "This is the last thing one-to-one I heard from Gurudev." But in that same meeting, one of our Pran Govind Prabhu, who is also known as Prakash Prabhu, he asked Srila Gurudev, "Will you bring us also back with you?" And on asking this question, Guru Maharaj, he gave that all attractive smile, and he said, "No need to worry about it." And after that, to explain it further, Guru Maharaj related Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur's one of the kirtan, "Sansara sansara karite miche gelo kal." Like remembering always about world, I have actually got nothing, only my problems have increased. So Guru Maharaj was saying that we need to remember the Lord and not remember the world, because remembering the world, only our problems will increase. So with this, Prabhuji has concluded about Guru Maharaj's whatever remembrances he had, and very nicely actually Prabhuji related from Bhagavatam and Param Guru Varg and and the last teachings he had directly from Gurudev. So thanks, Prabhuji, for such nice explanation and such nice glorification of Srila Gurudev. Dandat Pranam, Nandulal Prabhuji. So we would like to request if Radhakant Prabhuji is back, then we would like to request our Sadhu Maharaj Ji, if you can start the audio. Sadhu Maharaj Ji, Radhakant Prabhu ji आ गए हैं क्या? हरि बोल. Seems to be no reply. So we would like to request, we have Radha Madhav Prabhu ji here as well. And we would like to request Radha Madhav Prabhu ji to please switch on your audio and video. Hare Krishna, Radha Madhav Prabhu ji. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna Prabhu ji. Yeah. Yes, Prabhu ji. Hari Bol. Radha Madhav Prabhu ji, we are not able to hear you. Sorry. Okay, Radha Madhav Prabhu ji is trying to set up his audio. So we'll wait for him for might be 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, he needs 10 minutes actually for that. So we would like to request if Radhakant Prabhu ji is back. Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. Sundar Gopal Prabhu ji, if do we have any other? Yes, Radha Madhav Prabhu ji.
Prabhu is already ready. He is waiting.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Radha Madhav Prabhu ji, please unmute yourself.
Radhakant Prabhu.
Oh, Radhakant Prabhu ji. Okay, fine. Then we would like to request Bhakti Sambandh Sadhu Maharaj ji to please unmute yourself and start your video.
So Radhakant Prabhu is in the name of Gurudev Sevak.
Oh, okay. Gurudev Sevak. Okay, sure. Thank you, Guruji. हरि बोल. राधाकांत प्रभु जी, कैन यू हियर अस? राधाकांत प्रभु जी, आप हमको सुन सकते हैं? हरि बोल.
Can you unmute him and also his video? Okay.
हेलो.
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी. हाँ जी प्रभु जी, आपको हम देख भी सकते हैं और सुन भी सकते हैं.
हेलो.
हरि बोल प्रभु जी, हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है?
सुन रहा है प्रभु जी, सुन रहा है.
उनको सुनाई दे रहा है.
वो हमको नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है. हमको सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
अच्छा, आप हरि बोल प्रभु जी, हमें आपकी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है.
हम सुनाई दे रहा है. ठीक है, बोलो.
हाँ, बोलो.
लेकिन वो लोग जो रिप्ले करेगा तो मैं सुनाई नहीं दे रहा मेरे को. हाँ, हेलो.
हाँ जी प्रभु जी.
हेलो.
हरि बोल प्रभु जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है हमें.
तो
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी।
हेलो
हाँ जी राधाकांत प्रभु जी, हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
हेलो
हरि बोल।
वो खुला ही तो है।
एक काम करो, ब्लूटूथ डिस्कनेक्ट कर दो और ये माइक को भी खोल दो। माइक खोल दो। माइक खोल दो।
हेलो।
हाँ जी प्रभु जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ, मैं भी सुन रहा।
हाँ जी प्रभु जी, आप बोल सकते हैं।
ओके, एक मिनट। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हमको गुरु जी का बारे में कुछ बोलने के लिए हमारा गुरु भाई लोग आदेश किया। हम तो इतना कुछ गुरु जी का बारे में जानते नहीं, फिर भी हम गुरु जी का फिर भी गुरु जी हमको कृपा करेंगे तो हम कोशिश कर सकते हैं। एक अपना जीवन का कुछ घटना गुरु जी के साथ हुआ था। तो कुछ दिन पहले दामोदर प्रभु जी ने बोला गुरु जी के बारे में कुछ बोलने। तो हमने बोला ठीक है, कोशिश करेंगे। तो आज जब शाम को टाइम आया तो हमने गुरु जी के बारे में सोचने लगा। जब हम मठ में आया तो हम पहले वृंदावन में था, फिर उसके बाद मायापुर आया। तो मायापुर में 2010 साल में जब गुरु जी का सेवा में हमको नियुक्त किया, मतलब वैष्णव लोग ने सब कृपा करके हमको गुरु जी का सेवा में लगाया। तो 2010 साल का बात है, जब परिक्रमा खत्म हो गया तो हम कलकत्ता आए। वो मार्च महीने का हुआ, परिक्रमा के बाद। तो कलकत्ता मठ आने के बाद जो गुरुजी जहाँ पर भजन कुटीर है उसके पास लाइब्रेरी है। तो उस टाइम कमाल कृष्ण प्रभु जिसको कहते थे, तो वो था। तब हमने आया, आके हमको ठहरने के लिए वो लाइब्रेरी में दिया। तो हमने लाइब्रेरी में वहाँ पे स्टे किया। तो एक दिन गुरुजी ने वहाँ पर तुलसी में पानी देने के लिए आया। तो आने के बाद तो बाहर में तुलसी का पानी दे के अंदर आके आते थे, मतलब वो लाइब्रेरी हो गई, क्योंकि लाइब्रेरी में बहुत गुरुजी के दर्शन करने के लिए सब खड़ा होते थे। तो उस दिन कोई नहीं था, तो हमने था। तो हमने जब प्रणाम किया तो उस टाइम जो गुरुजी के सेवक लोग था, तो वो लोग
जब हमने प्रणाम किया तो वो लोग ने बोला कि महाराज जी ये आया मायापुर से आपको सेवा करने के लिए। तो गुरुजी को जब बोला ये सब बात बोला तो गुरुजी सुना, तो फिर चला गया गुरुजी। तो हमने स्टे किया 7 दिन, कम से कम 7 दिन हो गया, फिर भी हमको कृपा नहीं हुआ गुरुजी का। तो एक दिन ऐसे टाइम आ गया, तो हमने सुना कुछ ऐसे घटना हो गया, तो कोई नहीं था उस टाइम, मास्टर मशाई था, मास्टर जी बोलते जिसको। तो वो सिर्फ सेवा करते थे, गुरुजी का अंदर का सेवा। तो ऐसे करते करते हमको तात्पर्य महाराज जी ने अंदर ले गया गुरुजी का सेवा में। तो हमने गुरुजी को प्रणाम किया। तो प्रणाम करने के बाद तो तत्पर महाराज ने बोला आपका सेवा में ये आया। तो गुरुजी ने सिर्फ ये बात सुना, सुन के फिर मैंने चला आया। जब सब प्रणाम करने के लिए आते थे वो आरती के बाद, मैं भी ऐसे टाइम में प्रणाम करने के लिए आया। तो सबने बोला काल से आप सुबह से स्टार्ट करो। तो हमने सुबह स्टार्ट शुरू कर दिया, तो आना जाना ऐसे करते लगा। फिर एक दिन मैंने गुरुजी को प्रणाम किया, तब कोई नहीं था कमरा। तो मैंने गुरुजी को पूछा गुरुजी आप कृपा करके आपका सेवा में आप नियुक्त करिए। तब गुरुजी ने एक बात बोला था, हम बोलते थे ना, और हम नहीं, मतलब शास्त्रों में भी कहते हैं ये गुरुजी अंतर्जामी होता है। और गुरुजी और भगवान जो अंतर्जामी होता है, तो उसका प्रमाण उस दिन हमको मिला। कैसे मिला? जब हम गुरुजी को बोला गुरुजी हमारा नाम राधाकांत दास है, हम हमारा गांव का नाम बोला, फिर उसके बाद हमारा नाना नानी को बोला, नाना नाना का नाम बोला। गुरुजी तब एक बात बोला था, हम तो जानते थे सेवा करने के लिए आएगा। जब ये बात बोला तब मेरे से मेरा मतलब आंखों से आंसू आ गया। तो फिर उस टाइम हमने सोचने लगा, तब तो हम नया नया मठ में आए, इतना कुछ जानते भी नहीं है, ना शास्त्र जानते हैं, ना संग किया, ना किसी का इतना तो हो रही ना, मतलब हरि कीर्तन सुना भी नहीं, श्रवण भी नहीं किया। तो जब गुरुजी ये बात बोला, जब हम जानते थे सेवा में आएंगे, मतलब जो गुरु अहितु की कृपा बोलते हैं ना, वो चीज हमको साक्षात मिला। तो फिर गुरुजी को हमने प्रणाम किया, प्रणाम करके फिर उस टाइम हम बाहर आ गया, आके फिर सोचने लगा कि सबका हृदय में जो भगवान विराज करता है, अभिन्न रूप में हम बोलते हैं ना, जो भगवान और गुरु अभिन्न रूप, तो उसका जो साक्षात प्रमाण है वो हमको मिला है उसी दिन, फर्स्ट दिन। ये एक हमारा जीवन में मतलब सबसे बड़ा घटना है, लेकिन हमको इतना याद नहीं था। लेकिन जब हमने सोचने लगा, जब हमको गुरु जी के बारे में कुछ बोलने के लिए वैष्णव लोग आदेश किया, तो हमने गुरु जी से कृपा प्रार्थना की। तब ये चीज मेरे को याद आया। और एक प्रसंग बारे में, गुरु जी का प्रसंग के बारे में मैं बता रहा हूँ। ये गोवर्धन का बात है, 2011 साल का है। जब हमने गुरु जी के साथ हमने 2011 साल में गया था। पूरा आप सोच सकते, पूरा इंडिया ही गुरु जी ने हमको घुमाया। हम जानते भी नहीं थे, इतना गया भी नहीं कहीं पे, लेकिन गुरु जी की कृपा से हमने पूरा 2011 साल में पूरा इंडिया घूम लिया। तो हमने 2011 साल में जब हमने वृंदावन गया, तो वृंदावन में भी एक मतलब गोवर्धन में तब वो गिरिराज इतिहास केंद्र उद्बोधन था। तो गुरुजी ने वहां पर किया था और उसके बाद वहां से फिर मधुसूदन महाराज जी का मठ में गया। तो 2011 साल में जब हम गोवर्धन गोवर्धन इतिहास केंद्र में था, तो वहां पे एक घटना हुआ था। ऐसा घटना हुआ था, तो हमने जब प्राय शाम को होगा, शाम से थोड़ा सा पहले हमने वो गिरिराज इतिहास केंद्र में पहुंचा। पहुंचने के बाद हमने कमरा में गया, तो उस टाइम उस टाइम गिरिधारी पंडा, तो गिरिधारी पंडा तो आया। तो आने के बाद हमने बोला महाराज जी अभी थोड़ा बात में गया, आप थोड़ा बाहर बैठिए। तो गिरिराज गिरिधारी पंडा जी ने तो कमरा के अंदर बैठा था। तो उस टाइम जब गुरु जी ने आया, तो साथ साथ गिरिधारी पंडा भी उठा। तो गुरु जी ने उठा उठा और वो भी गुरु जी ने भी बाथरूम से आया। तो साथ साथ महाराज जी ने गिरिधारी पंडित ने महाराज जी को बिस्तर में बैठाया। तो उस टाइम हमने देखा जब भी गुरुजी के पास गिरिधारी पंडा आते थे, तो उसका सेवा करते थे। सेवा मतलब सब कुछ सेवा करते थे, आप पकड़ लीजिए, अर्थ का ही सेवा करते थे। तो हमने उस टाइम, ये शंकर राशि बोलना नहीं चाहिए, फिर भी मैं बोल रहा हूँ, 5,000 रुपया मैंने निकाल के दिया। तो जब हमने निकल के दिया, तो गुरुजी ने मेरे को डांटा, इतना जोर से डांटा। थोड़ा मतलब ऑपरेशन भी हुआ था, लेकिन फिर गुरुजी है, तो अपने आप ही मन बिगल जाता था। गुरुजी का मतलब जो अ, मुखमंडल देख के खुश हो जाते थे। तो वो बात मतलब उस टाइम डांटा। तो फिर गुरुजी ने बोला, मैंने पूछा गुरुजी को कितना देना है, तो गुरुजी ने ज्यादा कुछ राशि बोला था, तो मैंने दे दिया। लेकिन एक बात, जब ऐसा हो गया तो गिरधारी पंडित चला गया। तो उसके बाद तो हमने बाद में रात को गुरुजी को पूछा कि गुरुजी मैंने तो 5,000 दे रहा था, आपने मेरे को डांटा, क्यों डांटा? कम हो गया था पैसा? बोला नहीं, कम नहीं हुआ था, कम नहीं हुआ, लेकिन वो हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ किया। तो उसको ये मतलब बहुत कुछ किया। तो क्या किया, तब गुरुजी ने जब परम गुरुजी शरीर छोड़ने वाला था, तो उस टाइम चला गया था, तो उसका घर में था। तो घर में था, गाँव की दो, शायद 2-3 दिन, ऐसे 3 दिन या 4 दिन था। तो गुरुजी ने वो पूरा हिस्ट्री सुनाया। हमने आया, फिर उसका घर में रहा, रात रुका, फिर हमने परिक्रमा किया। परिक्रमा करने के बाद जब किसी ने मतलब हमने नहीं बोला, सॉरी, पहले बोला हमने परिक्रमा किया। परिक्रमा करने के बाद किसी ने उसको खबर दिया कि तीर्थ महाराज जी गोवर्धन में परिक्रमा कर रहे। तो पांडा जी को किसी ने खबर दिया मठ से, तो आप ढूंढो। तो पांडा जी ने साइकिल लेके पूरा घूम के वो ढूंढा महाराज जी को, गुरु जी को। तो ढूंढने के बाद तो उसके घर में था। तब बोला था गुरु जी ने, और मतलब जो सम्मान रिस्पेक्ट करता थे। हमने एक भक्त का हरिकथा में भी सुना था, जगत में जागतिक लोक का गुरु होता है ब्राह्मण। ब्राह्मण का गुरु होता है सन्यासी, और सन्यासी का गुरु होता है ब्रजवासी। तो गुरु जी ने ये चीज बोला नहीं, मैंने एक किसी का भक्त का हरिकथा में सुना था। तो गुरु जी ने बात सुनाया, सुना के बोला वो उसका हम ऋणी है। तो गुरुजी के लिए सिर्फ इतना कुछ किया, और गुरुजी सोच रहे हैं हम ऋणी है। और हमारा लिए गुरुजी इतना कुछ करके गया, फिर भी हम भजन नहीं कर पा रहे। तो हम गुरुजी के पास कितना ऋणी है। एक शास्त्रों में भी कहावत है, इसको परोपकार भी कह सकते हैं आप। गुरुजी का जो दूसरे के लिए जो आर्तनाद, दूसरे के लिए जो हम कहते हैं ना, भारत भूमिते जन्म হইয়াছে যার, চৈতন্য চরিতামৃত में कहते हैं भारत भूमिते जन्म হয়েছে যার करो पर उपकार। तो ये जो श्लोक है चैतन्य चरितामृत में, इसका जो एग्जाम्पल गुरुजी है। मतलब थोड़ा सा कुछ किया तो उसके लिए गुरुजी सारा जीवन उसके लिए एकदम मतलब समर्पण है। तो गुरुजी हमको कितना कुछ दिया, फिर भी मेरा बात बोल रहा हूँ, फिर भी हम गुरुजी की सेवा अच्छा से कर ही नहीं पाया। तो गुरुजी के ऐसे बहुत घटना है, हमको तो इतना याद नहीं आता है, फिर भी हम कोशिश करते हैं याद करने के लिए। पंचाकल्पतरुश्च कृपा सिन्धुभैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो।
Hare Krishna. So
हरे कृष्ण।
Prabhuji is thank you Prabhuji for such nice things. So I'll try to interpret that in English. So Prabhuji was saying that that he has been asked to speak about Srila Gurudev, but he's saying I do not know. He doesn't know much about Gurudev, but still with Gurudev's blessings, he said he will try to explain. So he is saying that in his life, some incidents that have happened in his life. So today evening he was thinking before speaking. So he's saying that he came to Mutt in Vrindavan, and then he came to Mayapur in 2010, and he was given service of Srila Gurudev by the Vaishnavas mercy. And in 2010, when Parikarma was finished, then Prabhuji came to Kolkata in March, and he was given a place to stay in library by Tamal Krishna Prabhu in Kolkata Mutt. And he said that he was staying in the library, and it so happened that once Gurudev came to water Tulsi ji, and that day no other people were there, only sevaks were there, and he said he paid obeisances to Srila Gurudev, and the other sevaks who were already there, they told Gurudev that he has come from Mayapur to serve you. And Gurudev just heard that and left that place, and he went inside his room. And Prabhuji saying he was staying there for almost 7 days had happened, but he couldn't feel anything. He was not getting any words from Srila Gurudev. So one day he's saying that it so happened that some incident happened, and then he was asked to serve Gurudev inside Gurudev's room. And Shripad Tatpar Maharaj Ji took him inside Gurudev's room and told Gurudev that he has come to serve you. And then Prabhuji said that he paid obeisances to Gurudev, and then he left. And every evening, like everyone used to come and take Gurudev's darshan after Aarti. So like that only Prabhuji was coming and paying obeisances for the previous 7 days. But then he said that everyone told him that from tomorrow you can start your services to Gurudev. And then Prabhuji, he's saying that the next day he went inside Guru Maharaj's room, and no one was there at that time in Gurudev's room. And he mentioned he asked Gurudev that you please keep me in your service always. And Prabhuji is saying that I have heard that in the Shastras it is mentioned that Guru and Lord are all knowing, they know everything. So he said that I got the realization of that thing, what is mentioned in the Shastras, that how Guru is knowing everything. So he said, I told my name, my village name, my uncle, auntie's name to Gurudev. And then Gurudev just told that I knew that already. Gurudev already knew that. Gurudev said, I knew that you are coming and you will be serving.
वो हम जानते थे जे आएंगे.
आएंगे, yeah. I knew that you will
That
be.
means आप आएंगे बात जैसे भी आप सोच सकते हैं.
हाँ जी. तो आप आएंगे कैसे? I mean, like you will be coming. I knew that already. That's what this is going to for the service. Yeah. So yeah. So this is what Guru Maharaj told Prabhuji. And then hearing that, Prabhuji started crying. Actually, the tears started falling from his eyes. And then he was thinking about it, that how Gurudev knew that. He said that I was new to the mutt, and I didn't know much Shastra. He had not listened to much of Harikatha, but he had heard that Guru knows everything, and he could have first-hand experience of that Gurudev already knew that he will be coming for the service, and Gurudev told him directly. So he said that he started to think that God and Gurudev, Lord and Gurudev is in everyone's heart. So this is the thing he could remember for today to speak. And he said that he had prayed to Gurudev. He had forgot this, but he said he had prayed to Gurudev that by his mercy, if he could remember something, then he could remember this. And then Prabhuji is saying that there is one more incident that happened in 2011 in Govardhan. It so happened that Gurudev went all over India in 2011, and with Gurudev's mercy, he's saying that he could go along with Gurudev all over India. And he said that he went to Vrindavan, Govardhan. Actually, Govardhan Giriraj Itihas Kendra inauguration was there. So Guru Maharaj went there, and then Guru Maharaj went to Tirtha Ashram also and stayed there. And one incident happened there. It was like little before evening time. When Prabhuji went to Gurudev's room, he saw that Girdhari Panda had come and waiting for Gurudev. And Prabhuji told to Girdhari Panda that Gurudev is in the bathroom, so if you can please wait outside. Then Gurudev, when Gurudev came out of the bathroom, Gurudev saw that Girdhari Panda is already waiting. He took Guru Maharaj took Girdhari Panda with his hands and made him to sit on his own bed, on Gurudev's bed. and he saw, Prabhuji saw that whenever Girdhari Panda ji used to come, Gurudev used to serve him all the ways. Like he used to give him some donation as well. So Prabhuji said that he gave some 5,000 rupees, and Gurudev showed some anger there, and then he said that I was not feeling good about it, but seeing Gurudev's face, we used to feel good. So whatever way it happened, he said that I asked Gurudev that how much, if you can tell me, I can give more. Then Gurudev, what amount, Gurudev told the amount, and then he gave that much. Then later in the night, Prabhuji says that he asked Gurudev that, Guru Maharaj, why did you show me anger? I was already giving 5,000. And then was it less? Then Gurudev said that it was not less. But what Girdhari Panda had done for us, the way he had served me. So Gurudev, because Gurudev started explaining that incident when Srila Param Gurudev was about to leave this world, had actually left the world. Then at that time, how Gurudev went for parikrama. He was doing parikrama of Giriraj Ji. That time someone told this to Girdhari Panda that if you can find Tirth Maharaj, then Girdhari Panda went on his cycle all the way in the Govardhan Parikrama, and he found Gurudev. And then he took Gurudev to stay in his house, and Gurudev stayed in his house for 3-4 days. And then Prabhuji is relating this to another Harikatha he had heard in one of the Harikatha, that Brahmin is Guru of all the other Varnas, Sannyasi is Guru for the Brahmins, and Vrajvasi is Guru even for the Sannyasis. So he said that he had done a little service for Gurudev, but Gurudev felt so much indebted and obliged that a Brajvasi had done so much service. So that's why Gurudev did a lot. So similarly, Gurudev has done a lot for us also, but we are not able to follow him and or feel indebted to him. And he's saying that it is mentioned somewhere not somewhere in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bharat Bhumi te hai be janma jahar, that payar. He's saying that Gurudev has did so much for us, but still Prabhuji is showing his humility and saying that he couldn't serve him much. So there are so many such incidents. Prabhuji is saying that he cannot remember, but he tries to remember whatever he can. And with this, Prabhuji has concluded. हरे कृष्णा प्रभुजी, दंडवत प्रणाम, थैंक्स प्रभुजी, आपने बहुत अच्छे से हमें जो है गुरु महाराज जी का लीला और बताया शास्त्र के साथ रिलेट करके. प्रभुजी दंडवत प्रणाम प्रभुजी. हरे कृष्णा. Now we would like to request Radha Madhav Prabhuji from Switzerland to please, he is currently in Vrindavan actually. Please start your audio and video as well.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji, we are able to hear you and we are able to see you as well.
Om Jnanatirmirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Shri Gaura Priyamurtaya Srimate Bhaktivallabh Tirtha Goswami Namane Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namni Gaura Krishe Namah. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate गोपेश गोपितकन्ता राधकन्त नमोऽस्तुते तप्त कंचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणममि हरिप्रिये वृन्दायै तुलसीदेव्यै प्रिययै केशवस्य च विष्णुभक्ति प्रतिदेवी सत्यवत्यै नमो नमः. Hey Gurudev, please forgive all my offenses and kindly bestow your causeless mercy upon me so that I can glorify you as per the orders of the Vaishnavas. And all you kind devotees, please also shower your blessings upon me so that I can glorify the unlimited glories of Srila Guru Maharaj. So thank you so much for organizing this wonderful glorification. All devotees who are involved, Damodar Prabhu and others, and for giving me this chance to glorify Srila Guru Maharaj here. And I would like to continue where Radhakanta Prabhu left off with describing how Srila Guru Maharaj is non-different from Antaryami, how he can know your heart's desire. And okay, so yeah, my headset is a little bit not too loud. Let me just catch this here, and that should do the job. Is it better now? Okay, okay, great. I'll speak like this then. So, we have to understand that this is completely achintya. It's completely inconceivable how Sri Guru can know our heart, because he is simultaneously one and different from Antaryami, or from the super soul. And sometimes he knows apparently everything. He can know what is in your heart if Antaryami reveals that to him, and sometimes he doesn't. Like sometimes we see that the Guru, he doesn't know certain things about, especially about certain things that happen in the material world, like you know, how to construct a temple in terms of all the engineering involved. Okay, so then of course he would engage someone who's expert in that, like Srila Bharti Maharaj in our month. And sometimes we see that Guru can know everything, including everything material, because Antaryami can reveal that to him anytime. So there's sometimes some confusion in the devotees on how to understand this, but of course this is completely inconceivable materially. But it's important to know that he can know everything, but he can also play the pastime of not knowing, just like Krishna can forget certain things. And it's all wonderful, especially in the Vrindavan pastime. It's very, very exciting to rediscover things by the potency of Yogamaya. So when I came to Srila Guru Maharaj, I was very shy to approach him, but he always encouraged me to open my heart to him. And he always wanted to give so much, so lovingly, like the prasadam. Every time he put the prasadam in our hands, I remember that it was like so much joy for him to give the prasadam into your hands, and he would put it in your hand with like extra emphasis and looking deeply into your eyes with so much meaning and affection. So like that, he wanted us to reveal our hearts to him. And he always asked me in the beginning, how is your health? And I remember that I remembered that we should not request Guru Maharaj to solve our material problems, but we should inquire about spiritual issues. And so I said I'm fine, because really I was fine. Overall, I was doing good. I just had some digestion issues, And I thought that was such a minor thing. Why should I bother Guru Maharaj about, you know, these kind of minor issues that I had with my digestion at that time? And but he kept on asking again and again. Every time in the evening when we queued up for darshan, I was waiting and I was thinking, is he going to ask again and again? He asked, how is your health? And every time he seemed to be more insisting that I tell him about some more details about my health issues. But every time I was like hesitating to say that, because I thought it was not so important in the sense that, yeah, we should talk about spiritual things. And so he kept on being more insisting with his eyes when he said it. And I was thinking, okay, maybe next time I will tell him. And then again, maybe next time I will tell him. So this kept on going on for a few days. And then one day I was coming from the kitchen. Now, there is a little kitchen outside the library. And
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Might be we have lost you.
for my digestion issues, and I couldn't digest the chili, the spiced up chili food so well. Oh my God. Wait. All
Okay,
right.
we are able to
Okay,
hear you
great.
again.
Now it's good. Now, okay, good. I'm back. Great. So, yeah, because I had these digestion issues, I was allowed to cook in Guru Maharaj's kitchen, so that, you know, I could have at least one meal a day that I could digest properly. And so I made this mandia. Mandia is a dish that is famous in Orissa, where I used to serve before. It's made from ragi. Ragi churna is the powder made from ragi. And so I used to cook that every day. It takes only 5 minutes to prepare. So then when I came out from the kitchen and went into the library, at that time, usually Guru Maharaj never enters into the library, because I made sure that, you know, I didn't, you know, bump into Guru Maharaj. But exactly at that time when I went out from the library and I tried to go around the corner to, you know, Param Guru Maharaj's Bhajan Kutir, and then up to the floor where I was staying, Guru Maharaj just shot around the corner, and without blinking an eye, he immediately pointed to my container where that mandia was inside, and he said, "What is this?" So, you know, I was like caught red-handed, and I was just in such bliss, because I just knew he knew everything. Like, he knew that I had these digestion issues, and I was preparing something, you know, for myself. And he knew that I didn't want to bother him about it, but he wanted to hear it from me. And so then I explained, okay, Guru Maharaj, this is mandia. This is the preparation I make because I cannot digest the spicy prasadam so well. And Guru Maharaj used to joke about the Videshis, about the foreigners not being able to digest the chili. He used to say, "Oh, chili, atom bomb." So he had this very humorous way of addressing that issue. So it was, of course, a well-known issue to him. But with me, he just wanted to hear it from me, like, and then I explained to him that, yeah, I have some digestion issues actually, Guru Maharaj, but it's not too bad. But Guru Maharaj was like so affectionate, so loving. He said, "Oh, really? Okay, so you should take care." And I was like, "Yes, Guru Maharaj, don't worry, I'm preparing this for myself, so I'm fine now." And after that, Guru Maharaj, every evening, every darshan, when I used to, that time I was not yet his personal sevaks, that was before. And so I had this one chance a day to talk to him while he was giving me prasadam. That time, every evening he was asking, how is your stomach? How is your digestion? And he was in such bliss that he had, you know, opened my heart that I would tell him this. And I said, okay, Guru Maharaj, everything's fine. And everything is fine with my digestion. And, you know, getting used slowly to the spicy food here in this temple. And then one day, my digestion issue was cured and I was able to digest the spicy food, at least to some extent. And of course, you know, as you would expect, that evening I went for darshan again, and Guru Maharaj didn't ask that question anymore from that very evening, that very day, because he knows, you know, issue is solved. So move on to the next topic of discussion. So these are, you know, wonderful examples of how Guru Maharaj really, you know, gets all the first-hand information from Antaryami. And yeah, there are a few others. Like one time I went to Malaysia to renew my visa, and I had all the papers ready. I thought it was a simple task and I could return within 1 or 2 weeks. I had some devotee friends there, so I visited them. But then somehow the embassy over there wouldn't grant me the 5 years visa I had applied for, and would only want to give me a few months. And so then I had to go through a long procedure of going through high, you know, people to try to push the case. And it took me altogether 4 months. And these 4 months, I was kind of, you know, like I was very desperate to return to Guru Maharaj's seva. That time I was sevak, so I was getting opportunity, you know, the opportunity of my life to serve my Guru Maharaj. And now I had to wait so long in Malaysia. And so I was thinking, perhaps I have done something wrong or some offense to Guru Maharaj that I'm not able to return. And I kept on praying to him in my heart to please forgive me if I had done something wrong, or, you know, just to overcome the obstacle. And I was in doubt, you know, not great doubt, because I don't remember having done, you know, a huge offense or anything, but of course, I'm full of faults. So, you know, all the time, offenses happen knowingly or unknowingly. So when I finally arrived back in India, Guru Maharaj was traveling, and somehow or other there was this amazing arrangement that I arrived at the same airport or very near where Guru Maharaj was staying. And I met Guru Maharaj at the airport, and I was very shy to approach him because I still felt like that there's this possibility that I had maybe done something wrong. And from far away, I paid my obeisances because there was a huge crowd around Guru Maharaj's car, and I didn't want to push myself through. Who am I, you know? So, but then from far away, Guru Maharaj Sevak saw me that I had just arrived, and they told Guru Maharaj. So that time, I think, yes, Masterji. Masterji told Guru Maharaj that Radha Madhav had just arrived. And so Guru Maharaj immediately called me. The Masterji shouted through the crowd and waved so that people would make way, and I would go to Guru Maharaj and pay my Dandavat pranams to him. And I was so desperate to have his darshan. I just, you know, really dived into his lotus feet. And I was like in tears. And when I looked up to Guru Maharaj's beautiful, shining, effulgent lotus face, blooming with this wonderful smile, then Guru Maharaj looked at me and he just said, with beaming eyes, he said, I am so happy that you are back. And my heart just completely melted. And I had no words. I stumbled something like, of course, yeah, I'm also very happy to see you. And I paid my pranams and left. And then as I was, again, in the back of the crowd, as many people came for darshan, Masterji again called me. And I again went to Guru Maharaj, again paid my obeisances, and Guru Maharaj again looked into my eyes when I looked up to him with this beautiful, fully blossomed lotus face. And he looked at me, and again with a double emphasis, he said, I am very, very happy that you returned. And at that time, the tiniest little bit of doubt in my heart that, you know, I had done some offense and therefore my journey was delayed was completely erased. And so he knew that, you know, there was maybe still a little bit left of doubt in my heart. And he called me back again. It's so mercifully just completely erased even the tiniest bit of doubt in my heart. He wanted to make sure that I know that everything is all right. And then actually, by Guru Maharaj's mercy, I was just a nimitta matra. I was just a tool of his mercy. That time I was able to speak about Guru Maharaj to various devotees, and later they came and had a lot of association of Guru Maharaj, and later on also some even took initiation. So really that was of course Guru Maharaj's arrangement, but at that time I wasn't aware of what was actually going on. And so Guru Maharaj knows what is in your heart, and although he knows what's in your heart, he wants you to express that. So there's this mystic dance of you knowing that he probably knows everything, but you still tell him, and he still wants you to tell, because that's the rasa, that's the relish of relationship that's happening. And so there were many such incidences when Guru Maharaj was playing and fine-tuning that exchange of you know, it's not just information, it's more than information. It's a healing of all these layers of anarthas that I carry with me through having a transcendental relationship with Gurudev. And he's just using these apparently simple exchanges. Like for me, I was thinking, oh, the stomachache is something material, but no, for Guru Maharaj, the body of a devotee is spiritual, and everything related to the body of a devotee is spiritual. So he wants to make sure that the body is healthy so it can be properly used in the service. And so of course he has that transcendental vision. And so all these apparently small things, they matter so much. And Guru Maharaj makes you realize, he makes you feel that the tiniest little bit in your seva counts. Everything counts, because every little aspect in creation is Purna. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. Ishopanishad is explaining that everything in the spiritual world is completely transcendental. And Guru Maharaj, he made us realize that in his very presence, you know, a single word, a single glance of his is an ocean of nectar, an ocean of ecstasy, and an ocean of mercy. And so, yeah, there are a few more anecdotes, maybe okay, for example, another example where he clearly knew what's in my heart was when I came in the very beginning, and Guru Maharaj was talking to me about certain things, and then he said, okay, what I can do for you right now is I can give you a spiritual name. And he said it with so much affection that I realized it was something very, very important. And so I became very excited. Okay, I was thinking, okay, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? And so my previous name was Ramin. And so I thought, okay, probably something with R. And because before I had been serving the personal deities of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the Radha Madhava deities, so I was thinking, oh, just like that thought came to my heart, oh, it would be nice, Radha Madhav Das, you know, but who knows, you know, Guru Maharaj can, you know, pick any name. But then finally, when Guru Maharaj, gave me my name written on a piece of paper, it was Radha Madhav Das. So he actually, made me feel in advance that he's going to give me a spiritual name that perfectly matches. And whether he was aware of me having done that seva before or not, who can say? Of course, he was aware through the potency of Paramatma. And so there's a lot of mysticism involved, and Guru Maharaj loves to play with that mysticism. He enjoys that very much, to make you realize that in the transcendental world, it's not just about knowing everything, but it's about that taste of excitement, of things being covered and again uncovered, covered and again uncovered. So, and that's the mood of Vrindavan, where Yoga Maya covers certain things and again they are being uncovered. And in a contrast to Vaikuntha, where things are more revealed in the sense that everyone is aware of most of the things, whereas in Goka, even Krishna forgets that he is Bhagavan, and all the devotees don't know that he's Bhagavan. There is more transcendental illusion. And so, yeah, Guru Maharaj, he used to play with these intricacies of Raja Bhakti very, very beautifully. And yeah, there are many more such wonderful incidences, and we will continue talking about them. I'm looking forward to hearing more from all you devotees, and I'm giving over now to the next speakers. And yes, thank you so much for organizing this and giving us all a chance to hear and speak about Guru Maharaj's glories. Jai Patita Pavan Shri Guru Maharaj ki Jai. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. Thanks for sharing such nice anecdotes of your incidents that happened with you and Gurudev. So it was such nice things. So thank you, Prabhuji. So with this, we would like to conclude today's session of Vaishnav Sabha in the honor of disappearance day of Srila Gurudev. So thank you everyone for attending, and thanks all the Vaishnavas for sharing their experiences about Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam to everyone.